Hey guys, this is the maker of the F1 channel of this channel. I'm F1 Gamer. I just want to let you know that there is a video 2021 Championship battle from start to finish. That is half an hour long video of the entire season. You probably want to watch that just before the race starts because, well, there's so much action going on from start to finish. You're probably not even going to remember. Probably not even going to remember like what happened in like Imola and Bahrain. So go ahead and watch that. But the commentary will start in 1 hour and 30 minutes, probably even earlier because I'm really excited about this race. And the race will start in 2 hours and 30 minutes or so. So it's looking good for Max Verstappen, but who knows really? Max is starting on the soft, so he will be quicker off the line, but we'll see what happens. The video is 30 minutes long, so you still have time for the commentary and the race to start, so it's totally alright. The link is in the description, and it's on my channel, of course, as well. So go ahead and check that video out, and also hit the like button as well, because that will break the YouTube algorithm, as always. But I'll put this dramatic music back on, and I'll start commentating in a bit. Hello guys, welcome to the stream. So here we are in the final race of 2021 and we have our two title rivals tied on points. I did not expect to be saying this when we started the season out. Welcome along to the coverage of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And there is so much to get through. We have 2 hours now till the race is live and there is so much going on. Right. So if Max Verstappen does win the championship today, then he will become the 34th world champion in Formula One. And if Hamilton wins the championship today, then he'll be the first driver with 8 world titles. So either way, it's going to be a record-breaking, record-making season, a record-breaking race, sorry. And if Verstappen does get a podium as well today, then he will break the record for the most amount of podiums in a Formula One week. What's it called? Formula One season. Yeah. Jeez. Good morning, Anna. No one is replacing Mazepin. So because Mazepin did qualifying, no one will replace him for the race because Mazepin's technically the driver that qualified for the Haas car. So they can't replace him because he's the one that qualified. And there's not enough time for that either. So Mazepin's the one driving. Supermax song will be definitely played if Verstappen wins the championship. Of course, we're not going to play Supermax if Verstappen loses, but there we go. And yeah, I mean, there's so much left to see. Max Verstappen will also be the first Dutch champion if he does win the championship. And yeah, and there's also this race. It's going to be Kimi Raikkonen's final race of his career, and like that is just going to be so crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Because Kimi Raikkonen, he started out in 2001. And since then, he's had 348 race starts. This is going to be his 349th race start. He's had 21 wins, driven over 18,500 laps. Absolutely crazy from Kimi Raikkonen. He's the second oldest race winner in Formula One. And just the last Ferrari winner, you know? The last driver who won for Ferrari. So that is absolutely crazy. All the way back in 2007. Pretty insane indeed. Do you think Ferrari could win the championship next year? Well, Christian Horner said something very interesting. He said that, well, when we show up in next year in 2022, and Ferrari blitz us in qualifying, that's when we'll see who's been putting more development into the next year's car and who's been putting more development into this year's car. So, Christian Horner thinks that they haven't put enough development into next year's car, whereas Ferrari have. We'll find out though, because well, we're only 97 days away from preseason testing next year. So there's lots to look forward to. We're gonna have just so much going on, and I just cannot believe it. You think Alpine? Well, who knows really, because it's such a big rule change. Anyone could get it right. If someone finds a loophole, that's going to be absolutely crazy for them. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Also, track limits. Thank you for the 2 donations of $2 each. Do appreciate that. And yeah, thank you. Back to the race though. Looking at the stats, right? If we look at the stats. Hamilton, who has Hamilton has got pole position at this race 3 times, and every single time Hamilton has got pole position, he has gone on to win the race. So that is pretty good stats for Lewis Hamilton. Every single time Max Verstappen has got pole position at this circuit, he has also gone on to win the race. So both drivers, whoever gets pole position goes on to win the race. So the odds are in Verstappen's favor. Verstappen is starting on the softs, which is obviously good for him, but we'll have to find out about the rest. I mean, there's so many strategy options, and we'll find out. Judah A, the video was nice. Thank you, do appreciate it. Just with the video that we're talking about, there's 2 hours left till the race begins. There's a half-an-hour video that's in the first link in the description, which I made, and it's the entire summary of the entire F1 season. So be sure to go check that out because, well, it took a lot of time to put together, and I think it's a pretty good video. So be sure to check that out. It's first link in the description, and you can watch that and then come back to the stream for just in time for the race start. Well, not just in time. You'll have still an hour and a half. There's so much going on though. Yesterday we saw Bottas qualify in 6th position. Now Bottas had a slow engine, right? We had got this confirmed by Mercedes that their engine that they were using in Bottas's car, that was an old engine because they're having reliability issues in Qatar, so they had to switch out to the old engine, and that's really compromising them in this like weekend, really, because this is such a power sensitive circuit. The first straight is 1.1 kilometers, which is the second longest straight in the entire of Formula One. On the entire Formula One calendar, sorry, because the other longest straight is in China, which is 1.2 kilometers long, which is rounded up. So it's pretty close in terms of length to being the longest straight on the entire calendar, and it's not looking good for Valtteri Bottas, starting in 6th position with loads of people on the softs behind, in front of him. It'll be very difficult for him to actually make some overtakes going into this race and in any way assist Lewis Hamilton because of the fact that well, he could potentially hold up Max Verstappen if Verstappen pits and comes out behind Bottas, but other than that, I don't think so. All right. What else is there to talk about? Well, we've seen in FP1 and FP2 that Red Bull had the upper hand in terms of race pace. Looking at their race pace, they were quicker going down. Well, they were quicker overall in terms of race pace, and that's in practice when they weren't pushing as hard. And now in qualifying, we thought that the Red Bulls were going to be a lot slower than the Mercedes, but they pulled it out of the bag. So if Red Bull can do the exact same thing that they did in qualifying coming into the race today, I mean, it's going to be a very easy win for Max Verstappen, but I don't think that's going to happen because Verstappen is starting on the soft tyres and Lewis Hamilton is starting on the mediums. That means a split strategy, and we're going to be playing some 4D chess or something, these strategy teams here, to try and get into, try and get the race win, of course. It's going to be very interesting. Perez will be a key factor. He'll only be a key factor if he can overtake Lando Norris on the race start. If he can't do that, then it's going to be pretty difficult for Sergio Perez to do anything worthwhile in this race. But if he does overtake Lando Norris at the race start, then Perez will be pushing Hamilton to the absolute limit to wear out Hamilton's tyres as much as possible, while Max Verstappen can sort of cruise up at the front. So Perez will be given the wingman role, and they will sacrifice him to make sure Verstappen does go on to win the championship. And we've heard this from Christian Horner, so he's said that they will they're totally all right with Sergio Perez losing the just getting taken, well, not taken out, but Sergio Perez they'd rather Sergio Perez not win the race and Max Verstappen lose the championship. So they basically are prioritizing Max like big time for this race. Yeah, we would definitely like to vote Kimi Raikkonen for driver of the day. And I'll remind you to do that when we do get into the race. And just for the championship, guys, there is for the championship, there's, well, all the drivers have been asked about who they think is going to win the championship. So I've just got a list of which driver is going to win what. Well, Sonoda has said Max Verstappen would win. Russell has said Lewis would win. Seb Vettel said Max or Lewis, because Seb's just like, wow. Alonso said Max would win. Ocon said Lewis would win. Perez said Max would win. Bottas said Lewis would win. And Gasly said Max would win. So it's pretty close. Half the grid saying it's going to be Max. Half the grid saying it's going to be Lewis. This is going to be pretty crazy. And well, we'll have to find out, and we'll have to find out what happens. Do you think the overcut will work for Lewis? Well, we're expecting pretty high tyre wear around here, and the higher the tyre wear, the less likely the overcut works. And that means, well, yeah, so it's not going to be too it's not going to be ideal really for Lewis if he does try and do the overcut, because the undercut is the quicker strategy. But there's a chance of a two-stop race because it's a 58-lap race and we're expecting two stops because tyre wear is pretty high. We could have different strategies. We could see Red Bull go soft, medium, hard, or we could see Mercedes go medium, hard, hard, or they could go hard, soft right at the end of the race. There's so many different possibilities. We'll have to find out what happens. Red Bull could count on a safety car. If there is a safety car, then Red Bull will take full advantage. But who knows? And yeah, there's just so much potential of what could go on. We'll just have to wait and see what happens there. And yeah. All right. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the biggest F1 race in history, or at least in modern history, because we've never seen this before. Oh, well, we've seen it in 1974, but apart from that one time, two rivals who've been so close together for the entire season has just, well, we haven't seen that for a very long time. And then coming into this final race of the season tied on points, that just makes it all the more crazy. And hopefully in 2022, we're going to get even more crazy racing because, well, the new cars, the new regulations, all of that should help out to try and get even better performance and even better racing and closer racing especially. So we'll have to wait and see if that does, if that is true next year. And yeah, 97 days till the Bahrain Grand Prix next year. So not long. Well, not long. I say not long, but it's like 3 months away. But yeah, pretty crazy. Right, we've got 300 people watching. If we could hit the like button, that would be very cool indeed. And we'll be getting going for the build up into the race now. It's going to be pretty exciting. Lewis Hamilton has started every single Abu Dhabi Grand Prix there has been. He's started 12 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. He has won 5 of them, took 5 pole positions, and DNF'd twice. So Lewis has a nearly 50% win record at this circuit, and Max Verstappen has 1 pole position and 1 win at this circuit. Very good job indeed, what he did in 2020 to go on and win the final race of the season. And yeah, we'll have to find out if he can carry on that pace like that he had last year. Really, yeah. I know there's so many new fans. Also, guys, there is a giveaway that is running. So Kimi Raikkonen merch, because it is his final race. We're giving away 10 Kimi Raikkonen caps. Three people will be picked from my Instagram follower list. 3 people will be picked from my Twitter follower list, and then 3 people from the Discord and 1 person from my moderator list. So you guys be sure to go follow me on Instagram and Twitter. It's F1_gamer_5, and the link to the Discord and Instagram and Twitter are all in the description. So be sure to go check that out to win the Kimi Raikkonen cap. I'm just going to show you an image of the cap, but it is a very nice cap indeed. Alfa Romeo have sent it over to me, in fact, so be sure to check that out. Yeah. All right, but back to the race and what could happen. So there are so many different permutations of what could happen in the race start. We could see maybe Verstappen maintaining the lead, or we could see maybe Hamilton getting the lead. So many different possibilities, and we'll find out what happens there. My predictions for the race, to be honest, I can't predict anything. I'm just gonna say that Verstappen goes on to win, but we'll have to find out. Perez will be a key factor if he can overtake Lando Norris, but if he can't do that, then it's going to be pretty difficult for him to be useful to the Red Bull team. And yeah. All right then. The race will be starting in 1 hour and 45 minutes. And yeah, let's get going then. All right. There's quite a lot of things to look out for in today's race. Of course, well, we have Hamilton and Verstappen starting on the front row of the grid. That is going to be very crazy going into turn number 1. And the first lap, really. It's going to make the first lap very crucial. I think one of the really good factors that we've had this year is the fact that we've had on-track battles between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, and most of those on-track battles have happened on the opening laps. The two rivals are on two different tyre compounds on the final race, which just adds even more importance to the first lap of the race. Because if Verstappen gets stuck behind Hamilton and he's on the soft, that's going to ruin Verstappen's tyres completely. And Hamilton will be, of course, be on the mediums. He'll have the clean air, and with the clean air, it's going to reduce his tyre wear. So we'll have to find out. But the soft does give Max Verstappen the advantage off the line. He'll have better acceleration, and we'll have to wait and see if that leads to him like winning in lap one. But the key is basically for Max Verstappen, if he wants to have any sort of like good chance of winning the race, he needs to retain his lead on lap number one, because the soft tyre needs clean air and it needs to be managed properly. So managing it in clean air will be a lot easier than managing it in dirty air. And the softs are also very likely to overheat in the high fuel, because when we start off the race, the cars have 100 kilos of fuel in them, and by the end of the race, they obviously have around about 1 or 2. So that extra 100 kilos can really overheat those soft tires. So Max Verstappen definitely needs to lead lap number one, because otherwise, if he doesn't do that, his first stint will be very, very tricky indeed to try and actually win. Another thing to watch out for is the fact that we'll have warnings and penalties. The first lap will be very, very important. If because Michael Massey has said that, you could get points deducted for crashing into another driver. Massey will, but that will be very, very prominent in Verstappen and Hamilton's mind when going into lap number one, because if they do have a collision, there is a chance they could lose championship points and then in the end lose the championship. And, that's not going to be ideal for either of the drivers, really. I will be here throughout the entire race, so from start to finish, and I'm just going to start, I've started commentating now, and we'll go on all the way till the end of the race. And there we go. But Massey has said any infringement of the principles of fairness in competition, behaviour in any unsportsmanlike manner, or attempt to influence the result of the competition in any way that's contrary to sporting ethics will not be tolerated, and that race suspensions or withdrawal from points will be available if Michael Massey thinks it's fit. So Michael Massey could just completely disqualify Max Verstappen or get rid of some of his points. But with the title on the line, the emotions will be very, very high, and limits will be pushed all the way to the boundaries and potentially even further. So they could be getting some serious penalties from the FIA, and they'll need to be careful, of course, not getting into any collisions. Norris, though, you do have to remember, guys, Lando Norris, he is starting in third place. He's not part of the top 10 sort of field, right? Like, he's not top 2 drivers, and he's not part of the top 2 teams either. So Lando Norris, he could start in third place and throw a massive spanner into the works. If he overtakes Lewis Hamilton on the opening lap of the race, then that could completely screw over Mercedes' strategy and could really hinder Lewis Hamilton's progress. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. But Lando Norris, he had an excellent lap in Q3 to get that third place, but it looks like he'll be under attack from Sergio Perez immediately on the race start. So he's going to have to, he does not want to get involved between the two rivals, because if Lando Norris gets involved between Verstappen and Hamilton's sort of crash incident kind of thing, then there's going to be a lot of hate thrown around, and there's also Lando Norris wants to probably get a podium if he can. If he's starting in P3, he's a solid shot of a podium if he can keep Perez behind, and we'll find out. He does not want to be in. No one really wants to have any controversy around the fact that between Verstappen and Hamilton. So we'll just have to wait and see there. Ocon is starting in 9th place. It'll be pretty difficult for him to get P3. Obviously, last weekend he was very, very close indeed to getting P3. Lost it by just about 1 or 2 meters. and well, who knows what will happen there. It was so close. It was very similar to in 2017 in Baku, where Valtteri Bottas just beat Lance Stroll to the line for second place. So Stroll did get his first ever podium, but it was third place instead of second. And do you think Bottas or Perez will play a key role? Well, I think Perez could play a key role if he does overtake Lando Norris, but if he can't make the overtake on Lando Norris, it's going to be pretty difficult to make for Bottas to play any sort of important role, or Perez to play any sort of important role, and Bottas will have to do the same as well. So Bottas will have to make his way up right to the front of the pack if he wants to play any sort of helping game to Bottas and Lewis, Bottas and to Lewis and Max. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And there's also a new track layout. So if you guys weren't here for yesterday's live stream, then new track layout, and we have 5 corners have been removed out of the circuit. So over here we had a chicane at the end of sector number 1, and that has been removed, and now we're going straight into a hairpin. And then turn 6 and 7 is just the usual chicane as it was before. But then this triple chicane at the start of the 3rd sector, that has been completely removed for a long banked corner with around about, I think it's, I'm not sure the exact amount of banking, but it's not a lot of banking. It's just a slight amount of banking. But a long corner, that will definitely help overtaking. And I mean, going into turn number 1, we may not see a battle between Hamilton and Verstappen, but going through turn 1 and 2, there's a solid chance that maybe Hamilton sends one down the inside on Verstappen at the race start. We'll just have to wait and see, though. How many laps can the soft and the medium tyres complete? Well, we haven't got any official numbers from Pirelli just yet, but I'm suspecting the soft tyres will... Oh, no, in fact, we've just got the numbers from Pirelli. Let me just double check for you. All right, so Pirelli say the soft tyres can go a maximum of 18 laps or so. Or, well, they can go 20 laps if you really do conserve them. But you're probably going to be expecting around 15 laps or so from the soft tyres, and... well, that's what we're expecting then from Max Verstappen. The hard tyres can do around about 22 laps. Oh no, the medium tyres can do around about 22 laps, and then the soft and the hard tyres can do 35 laps, 40 laps, and yeah, that's what we're expecting. So we'll see if that translates to the race, but... yeah, so 15 laps or so on the soft tyres and 20 laps or so on the mediums. The expected race strategies, the mediums will be, well, the quickest strategy according to Pirelli. Pirelli are usually correct on their strategy calls and decisions and stuff like that. But expected strategy from Pirelli will be mediums, and then hards will be the quickest strategy. And then and then after that, it will be the second quickest strategy will be the soft, and then the hard, and then the mediums. The third quickest strategy will be mediums, hard, mediums, and the slowest strategy will be soft and then hards. So we'll see then who can manage these tires, who can actually get to the end of the race. But nevertheless, it's going to be absolutely sensational going into the Grand Prix today. 1 hour and 30 minutes remain of till it is lights out and away we go. But I just cannot wait till this race for this race to get underway. Really, absolutely crazy indeed. All right. Also, guys, if you haven't hit the like button on the stream, be sure to do so. That will very much help out. And yeah, all right. So I'm just going to read out the available tires that Hamilton and Verstappen have. So Verstappen has 0 new sets of soft tires, and he has 1 new set of medium tires, I think. So yeah, so Verstappen has 1 used set of mediums and then 1 fresh set of hards as well. On 2 fresh sets of hards for Max Verstappen, and Hamilton has 1 fresh set of hards, 1 used set of hards. And so we're probably going to be looking at a 2-stop race, but we'll see if Hamilton can manage his tires and go medium to hard straight away. Because if he can do that, then that would be pretty crazy indeed. And that will obviously help him to win the championship, but we've seen this a lot of times. Yeah, Max's used mediums do have a flat spot, so but Max does have two sets of hard tires, so we could go soft, hard, hard, which would definitely work out in terms of the strategy battle. So, yeah, we'll see if that pays off. But yeah, there we go then. The build up for the Grand Prix is just live now. So once that build up is complete, we will be going racing, and I cannot wait because this could be crazy here. And the pit stops, they will be very, very crucial indeed, between both teams really, because one slow pit stop could be the difference between your driver coming out ahead or behind the other driver. So Red Bull, we all know they're very, very quick in the pit stops. Now it's just crucial not to make a mistake, and then we could see, and it's going to be a two-stop strategy as well. So two-stop strategy makes it all the more difficult on the strategy teams because well, two-stop strategy on a pit stop team, sorry, because there's a chance that they could obviously have a little bit of a crash. Well, not a crash, a mistake, sorry. Two times the chance of a mistake with two pit stops. And yeah. All right, though. All right, then. So let's just, I'll just get some images up of what's going on in the paddock here. So there we go. So that's the AlphaTauri team, and then Charles Leclerc just getting in the car for the final time, and checking everything out, and there we go. This is the Mercedes team here, and they're all wearing Valtteri Bottas face masks. I don't know why they're doing that exactly, but they are. So that's pretty funny. Hello, the District 44 and Sandro and Andrea, Anna A and Adrian and Mattia Fanboy. No one will replace Mazepin. So because Mazepin did, what did he do? Mazepin did the qualifying yesterday, right? So that means because he did the qualifying yesterday, then no one else can take his seat because they're not allowed to change the car between qualifying and the race. There's not enough time. And because Mazepin was the driver that actually qualified for the race, not another driver, no one else is allowed to replace him. And yeah, all right. Okay, so if Red Bull pull a card like Perez taking out Hamilton, then Red Bull would get a penalty, right? And Verstappen would be affected. Ooh, I don't know. If Perez takes out Hamilton, do Red Bull get a constructor's point cut or do they get a driver? Does Perez lose points? I really have no idea. Did I prepare the dramatic music? I have prepared the dramatic music. So I'll just play that for you guys. Well, I'll just put it on a pretty low volume and just play it. So there we go. Hopefully that is like sufficient, like you can sort of hear it. I'll just turn it up for now, but yeah, have a listen. So that is the dramatic music that's going to be playing throughout the entire race, and well, I'll stop that for now because we're not right up to the race start just yet, but nevertheless, it will be as dramatic as ever, and cannot wait for it to, well, get going. I'm wondering, Hamilton has to defend his position against Norris in the first corner. What if Norris is too aggressive? Then that would just be an incident between Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton. So that won't affect the championship whatsoever, as in Hamilton won't get a point deduction if Lando Norris is too aggressive, but if Verstappen does go on to win the race, Verstappen's championship will stay intact. Like, he's not going to lose his championship because Lando took him out of the race. Lando took Hamilton out of the race. But guys, since we are coming to the final race of the season, let me know in the chat what was your favorite race out of all of the races that we've been to. So we've had Bahrain, Imola, Portugal, Spain, France, Monaco, Baku, and then Spa. There's so much crazy stuff that's been going on. Let me know your favorite race in the chat and why. And yeah, All right then. And also, guys, there's 1 hour and 30 minutes left till the race is live. And there is a video in the description. The first video in the description is a summary of the entire season. So every single race, so including your favorite race, Hungary, Baku, Monza, all of the races are in that video. It's the first link in the description. So be sure to go check that out because it took a lot of time to put together. And, well, I cannot wait for you guys to watch that because, well, it's going to be a pretty epic sort of race indeed, and that's a very good build-up for it. So you can see every single incident that Verstappen and Hamilton have had since every single race from this entire season. And also, just so you know, drivers lose 23 seconds in the pit lane, and they lose 14 seconds under the pit lane if they pit under virtual safety car or safety car conditions. And previous safety car deployments, we've had a 29% chance, a 30% chance of a safety car deployment from 2014 to 2020. And there is apparently a 10% chance of rain in Abu Dhabi, and I don't believe that because Abu Dhabi is in the middle of a desert, and I don't think it's going to rain. But if it does, then that will be the most insane thing ever. But nevertheless, the stands are full of Dutch fans. All of them have Dutch flags, and they're all waving them around like crazy. And yeah, let's see then. Right. Just an update on Max won't win on soft, hard. Well, who knows really, because of the fact that if you are on the hard tires, you have the ability to push really, really hard. Like you can put in like qualifying laps every single lap. If you're on doing that strategy, so we can see that could potentially work for Max. And if there's a safety car, that will definitely help him out, close the gap up to Lewis and potentially get an overtake done there. And USA was your favorite race as Max managed to keep Hamilton behind. Yeah, USA was an amazing race. It was all building up to the final lap. The gap was going down and down every single time. Hamilton even got the DRS, but he just couldn't overtake Max Verstappen coming into the final lap of the race. So that was very difficult indeed. But we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, all right. So let's see. Right, we're going to talk about what the team said in their interview. It's a pretty lot. There's loads of stuff. So we're going to go from the slowest teams all the way up to the highest. So we have Haas that have said in qualifying, Mazepin was forced to take avoiding action in the second weekend running when coming up behind a slow-moving Hamilton. So other than that, Mazepin had a pretty clean day. Schumacher was also pretty clean. His sessions were tidy. But most of these two drivers will just be hoping for a competitive car next year, really. So Mick Schumacher's interview, qualified in 19th place, has said, "I'm happy that we've had a good year overall with qualifying pace, but I think today was not the best from my side. We didn't really know what we wanted from each other, the car and I. Those things happen, we learn from them, and we go back and analyze what we did different and see how we can improve. When we go back next year, we're in the position to be going into Q2 more, and we don't have that. We had a pretty good car for qualifying, so hopefully we can have an even better one for the race and go fight." So Mick Schumacher having a pretty decent qualifying session, well, considering the car that he's got. And then we have Nikita Mazepin said, "It's tough, but there's still opportunities to potentially be extracted. The race will always be a different challenge. It offers you different opportunities than qualifying. I think the new track layout will be an interesting one. I'm ready for the race tonight, and I don't want to wait for tomorrow." Yeah, well, Nikita Mazepin, he has been ruled out of this race because he has tested positive for COVID. So Nikita Mazepin out for this race. And yeah, well, he won't be starting the race. So there we go. But anyway, back further up the field, we have George Russell, of course. George Russell has said, "The car was feeling great on our flying laps. I was really confident that we could progress into Q2. we went for one push lap at the end, and unfortunately the tyres weren't quite ready, so we didn't improve our best time. That was a shame. However, the points are scored tomorrow, and the most important thing is to secure P8 in the Constructors' Championship. I believe we can achieve that, but we know that it isn't over until it's over. We'll be doing everything we can to finish ahead of Alfa Romeo. So George Russell there, still on his final race for Williams, doing his absolute best to try and help Williams out and get ahead of Alfa Romeo in the Constructors. And finishing ahead in the Constructors means that you get a higher prize money total. So that will obviously help out Williams in their development and in getting a quicker car. Also, guys, if we could hit 25 more likes and hit 400 likes, that would be absolutely crazy. There is now an hour and 25 minutes till the race is live. So be sure to go, be sure to subscribe and hit that like button. All right then, so Max Verstappen in his interview, because we've just skipped up the field because obviously we're all interested in the title battle. So Max Verstappen has said, "It's always too good to have a performance like this one today, but there are no guarantees for tomorrow. I still expect it to be a really hard battle. I originally planned to start on the mediums, but I flat spotted my tyre, so I had to go on to the softs. I actually felt okay on the softs during the long run, so hopefully it'll work out in the race tomorrow. So far, the car has been good and throughout the practice sessions, we made good improvements to the car. I think everything worked really well, especially with Checo's help. It was nicely executed. He's a great teammate and a real pleasure to work with, so a big thank you to him. I hope we have a good start, and from there we can go and have a great race." All right, so that is Max Verstappen on his interview after qualifying. Hopes he can have a great race, and that's what we're expecting then. All right. Ooh. 1 hour and 20 minutes till the race begins. We have now, next up is Sergio Perez. I think our teamwork was great today, especially in Q3. I'm pleased for the team and the result. It's very nice to see Max taking pole. Max and I talked about the tow together with the team. We managed to do a great one. I think it's very difficult to time it. If you're too close, you're likely to hurt the other car and lose some downforce. It worked perfectly. I think if you tried again, and then it would be very likely it would go wrong. The team has put in a lot of weight. The weekend has been a lot of work for everyone in the team, and we've been pushing extremely hard. So I'm just pleased we managed to make it work out. Lining up fourth on the grid is not ideal for me, but that wasn't the main thing today. I lost out to P3 in the final corner, but it's not a disaster. There's plenty of things I can do tomorrow. My aim will be to make a difference at the front. I'll try and get Lando on the start so I can support Max early on, and there is still a lot we can do starting on the soft tyre. It's a long game ahead, and we don't think the starting tyre will take too much. I think it's a great race ahead of us. So that's what Sergio Perez thinks. It's looking pretty good for Sergio Perez. He was very much playing the wingman role yesterday, giving a slight tow to Max Verstappen going down the straight. And then, of course, in the interview, talking about how he's going to help out Max Verstappen to get that race win. And we'll see if Verstappen can do that. But here we go then. Christian Horner, the team principal of Red Bull. This was one of Max's best laps. We need to try and convert that tomorrow, though. Both runs in Q3 are exceptional. It was a great teamwork from Checo to give him the tow like he did. It was worth a tenth or two, but not half a second. Max has given it his all and is driving his heart out. He's thrown everything at it today. Credit has to be given to Checo. He has been a real dutiful teammate and sacrificed his laps tonight. We can't ask any more of that. When we discussed the strategies this morning, we were very much 50-50. We're not overly upset to be starting out on the softs. The mediums is a bit more robust, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Track position will be crucial given the degradation. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens then. All right. Oh my God. I just cannot wait then. Ooh. Yes, I am from Britain. So there we go, from Britain. So, hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in. There are 300 of you. Also, guys, if you do have F1 friends, then be sure to share the stream to them so they can also tune into the race. And that'll be absolutely epic indeed. Because I mean, this weekend is just going to be so crazy, and yeah, just cannot wait to get started. Oh, all right. Let me know in the chat what your predictions are and who's going to win. Well, who do you think is going to be leading out of turn number one? We have Max Verstappen on the soft tires, and then we have Lewis Hamilton on the mediums. So, who do you think will be, well, will be leading out of lap number one, really? Because that will be crucial to whoever actually goes on to win the race. Um, So let me know who you think will be leading in lap number one. Did Red Bull make any changes to increase the top speed? So Red Bull, what they did, they fitted the lower downforce wing on Max Verstappen's car. So Max Verstappen's car has a higher top speed by about 3 kilometers an hour compared to, oh no, not three. Yeah, 3 or 4. No, it's 6 kilometers an hour, 3 or 4 miles per hour, compared to the Mercedes going down the straight. But 3 or 4 kilometers an hour isn't that big, and they're not running the Monza spec wing. They're running the Spa/Baku spec wing. So yeah, they're not running the Mons one because that would be ridiculous. It'd have no downforce going through any of the corners. But Max Verstappen, this is why I think Max Verstappen is going to win, right? So it's been Max Verstappen's car number, by the way, is number 33. So it's been 33 years since the Netherlands won the Euro. Max Verstappen's car is number 33. The last 2 seasons Max has driven in, he's finished third and third. It's been 33 weeks since his win in Imola. He's raced 33 races in European F3, and that is why I think Max Verstappen is just going to win the championship. There's also been the last time, so in 2010, we had saw Sebastian Vettel, a young Red Bull driver, going on to win his first championship. We had saw a driver from McLaren moving to Ferrari, so that was Fernando Alonso, moving from McLaren to Ferrari in 2010. Well, a driver who'd formerly driven for McLaren, now driving for Ferrari. So that was Fernando Alonso. And there was also some other stuff, Robert Kubica not being in the sport or something. But I saw this meme like all the way back at the start of the season. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, though. But I definitely think in 20 years' time, people are going to look back and they're going to reflect on this historic title decider between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. And I mean, the chaos that they've had every single season has just been absolutely intense, from start to finish. It's just been crazy, from all of these drivers, from these two drivers, and they've had some collisions, of course, but they've also shown loads of respect on circuit and off circuit as well. And this is building up to be one of the most historic days in Formula One history and in motorsport history, in fact, as well. Also, guys, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you could hit 400 likes, that would be pretty crazy. And let's go then. All right. Looking at the race pace, so looking at the data from the race pace, what we saw yesterday and in practice sessions, of course, we saw that the Red Bulls were slightly quicker, and when I say slightly, I mean very slightly quicker, going through like long runs. So in qualifying, Red Bulls were a tenth and a half down on Mercs according to the simulations, but in the end, Verstappen was 4 tenths quicker because of his mega driving. And then in the race pace simulations, Mercedes and Red Bull were split by half a tenth of a second, between Mercedes and Red Bull in terms of race pace simulation. So that is going to be very crazy indeed, for watching this race, because that will just mean Verstappen and Hamilton are getting even closer to have a battle. And and give us the championship fight that we really want to see, and hopefully not crash into each other. And since there's quite a lot of you people watching, just want to let you know that there is a giveaway running for Kimi Raikkonen cap. So Kimi Raikkonen's final race, of course, this weekend, and there is a giveaway running. So we're giving away 10 Kimi Raikkonen caps, and to enter the giveaway, you just have to follow me on Twitter and retweet my pinned tweet. And then you have to, and if you want to enter more times, then you can follow me on Instagram and join the Discord server. And so that's if you want to join the giveaway, of course. It's 10 Kimi Raikkonen caps. It's this cap, if you are wondering, 20 years of Kimi Raikkonen. He debuted all the way in 2001, and now he is retiring in 2021. Amazing racing from Kimi Raikkonen throughout his entire career. 348 race start. This is going to be his 350th. And Kimi Raikkonen, he is a Formula 1 legend, to be honest. Formula 1 legend. All right. So, in terms of car performance, in the slow speed corners, Red Bull are very slightly slower than the Mercedes. In the medium speed corners, they are practically the same, and on going down the straights, they are slightly quicker than the Mercedes. So, slow speed corners, there's not many of them around this circuit this time. They've sort of got rid of the slow speed corners. Turn 6 and 7 is a slow speed corner, and you could probably say turn number 13 is also a slow speed corner. But apart from that, there really isn't much. So that is an advantage to Max Verstappen, of course, and Verstappen will be leading the start of the race as well, which will be helpful in his championship battle. All right. Also, if you guys weren't here yesterday, there have been tweaks made to the Abu Dhabi circuit. The chicane that was there in the first sector has been removed, and they have also removed the triple chicane at the start of the third sector, and they've replaced it with one long banked corner. So now we have 5 less corners on the entire circuit, and we are back. We're back with 16 corners, and yeah. Yeah, Kimi Raikkonen did win his championship fighting against Lewis Hamilton, in fact. Yeah, 2007, it was Kimi Raikkonen's debut, of course. Oh, no, not Kimi Raikkonen's debut, Lewis Hamilton's debut. And Hamilton just lost the championship to him by 1 point in that race. So, very crazy. Very crazy indeed. All right. Great, we have 400 people watching. That is very cool. If you'd hit 400 likes, that would be even more amazing. But back to the race, though. Race is starting in an hour and 12 minutes time, and there's still a lot of stuff we haven't talked about. So let's see. I've got an entire 2 sides of paper with a bunch of stats, in fact. But Red Bull, they were having some issues with their DRS flap yesterday, so that's going to be pretty difficult. If they do get DRS issues and their rear wing starts flapping around, then there could be a potential that they actually get disqualified. So that hasn't happened yet, of course, but if that does happen, because we know that Red Bull have been having some issues with their sort of car and their setup, we'll find out then. Ooh. Whoops, that was just me whistling. So Lewis Hamilton could have potentially went for a race setup yesterday. So because you can sort of have a qualifying setup, you can have a race setup. So if you have a qualifying setup, you're going to be quick in qualifying but slow in the race. This is what we saw from AlphaTauri last weekend in Saudi Arabia. They qualified very, very high up, but then in the race, they just fell down. It was AlphaTauri in Qatar, sorry. They qualified very high up, but in the race, they just fell further and further back. And, if Red Bull have done that, if Red Bull have gone for the qualifying setup, then their race pace is going to be lacking. So we'll have to wait and see whose it is, who has the better performance and who doesn't. But yeah, that'll be very interesting to see. Hello, Marco Bandora. Um, and yeah, all right then. I need to get a drink, otherwise my throat is going to start to hurt because we still have the entire race to commentate and an hour before the race actually starts. Also, guys, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. If you could hit 21k this year, like by the end of this race, or 22k in fact, that would be very crazy indeed. So be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button as well. So Lewis Hamilton, he has won at this circuit 5 times before. He's won in 2011, 2014, 2016, 2018, and 2019. So Lewis Hamilton does have a good record around this circuit, winning nearly half of the races he's entered at this in Abu Dhabi at this Yas Marina circuit. And Lewis Hamilton's also got pole position at half of the times he's been at this circuit. He has got pole position in 2009, in 2012, 2016. 2018 and 2019. So Lewis Hamilton has been on pole position 5 times as well. But he is also, like we've seen, his pace wasn't absolutely amazing yesterday. And he's also was making a couple of mistakes in practice with a couple of lockups here and there. So we'll see if he can get rid of those mistakes for the race and follow Max Verstappen. And yeah. Hello, Wade Coppage. There's 1 hour still for the race to go, but thank you everyone for tuning in. Yeah, all right. So here we go then. We have to talk about the curbs in Abu Dhabi, right? So we didn't see any punctures yesterday, but there is a pretty good chance with the fact that we have. Oh my god, sorry. With the fact that we have high tire wear, that we could see potentially tire failures because these curbs are on the circuits. They're the curbs that were in Qatar, and the curbs in Qatar they caused 3 tire failures in one race. So if they're having the same curbs here and when the softest tires in the Pirelli range are on the C5s, C4s, C3s as our soft, medium, and hard, it's going to be very difficult indeed it's going to be pretty risky if you decide to stay out really long on the soft tires, say, because there's a good chance you could get a tire failure, which would completely screw over your race, and yeah. So in practice sessions, in FP1, FP2, FP3, we saw Max Verstappen was focusing on the long run pace compared to Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton was going for the short run pace, quick laps here and there, but we saw Max Verstappen obviously doing the longer laps, and he actually had better pace overall on the long runs. So if he can translate that going into this race, then that will be absolutely epic for his championship hopes. And yeah, I will play Super Max if he does win the championship, of course. And yeah, that will be very good indeed. So. Ooh, all right. Can we get a face reveal? I don't think we can get a face reveal, Tom Lord. Um, but we can get some information about the strategies. So, Pirelli have recommended that starting out on the soft tires and then going on to the mediums and then going on to the hards will be the second quickest strategy, and the quickest strategy will be going all on the mediums and then going on to the hard tires. So, Hamilton will obviously start on the medium tyres, and that will mean he'll have the ideal race strategy according to Pirelli, and Red Bull will be starting on the softs. Now, Red Bull, when they did their simulations of the race, they said it would be 50-50 between the softs and the mediums. So there is a good chance there's a good chance that we could have a very close battle between Hamilton and Verstappen in terms of strategy as well. We could probably see some 4D chess in between the two teams, trying to get the quickest strategy and come out to win the race. And yeah, hope Lando can get in front of Hamilton in the first corner. Well, if Lando does get in front of Hamilton in the first corner, that will definitely, well, what will it do? It'll screw up Verstappen's, well, it'll screw up Hamilton's chances at a podium. Sorry, and there we go. It's 1 hour and 6 minutes till the race start, not just 6 minutes. Because if we only had 400 people at the start of the race, that would not be ideal. But an hour and 6 minutes till the race goes live. And if Verstappen does get a podium today, so if he does finish the race, because then he will go on to break the record for the most amount of podiums in the entire season. So it's looking very good indeed for Max Verstappen, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens with him. If he does score that podium, if he does DNF. Every single race this season, in fact, Max Verstappen, if he hasn't DNF'd or if he hasn't got damage, he will actually, he's actually finished in the top two. He's either finished first or second, if he hasn't got damage or DNF'd. So that was like so consistent from Max Verstappen. He's only finished first or second, or has been taken out of the race or got damage. So he hasn't even finished third all year round. That is one solid performance from Max Verstappen this season. And there we go. Verstappen, when he was asked about the pressure of winning a Formula One championship, he basically just said, well, because Max Verstappen, if you guys do remember, he won his first Formula One race when he was like 16 or 17. He started driving. Oh no, sorry. He won his Formula. He debuted in Formula One when he was 16 or 17. So he doesn't have any experience in the junior championships like F3 or F2. So he hasn't won a junior championship either. So when Verstappen was asked about the pressure of winning a single-seater championship, Verstappen was like, well, it's the exact same as go-karting. There's an accelerator pedal and there's a brake pedal. You just press them in the correct way and turn the steering wheel at the correct time, and you'll win. So Max Verstappen taking no pressure whatsoever and just going and being like, oh yeah, this is just like driving a go-kart, and just being very chill about it. And well, it's definitely paid off, because he's 0.4 quicker than Hamilton in this in quali. So pretty crazy indeed. Where did he come in Hungary? Verstappen came in 9th place in Hungary, but of course he had loads of damage. I think it was the entire right side of his car was completely taken off, like it had all broken. So that's why he was so far down in Hungary. Yeah, his entire right barge board had just fell off, and in fact that image is in the video that is linked in the description. So that was a nice segue. But there's an hour left till the race goes live, and there's a half-an-hour video in the description summarizing the entire championship from start to finish. So be sure to go check that out, because it's a very nice build-up coming into this race. And yeah, can't wait for the race to actually start though. Yeah, Red Bull Honda to win a long overdue championship for sure, and Honda to win a long overdue championship as well, because this is Honda's last race in Formula One, because what they had done, they are currently leaving Formula One because they want to pursue like going eco and clean and green. So they're quitting Formula One. This is their final race. Red Bull will be buying their facilities, so they'll either be hiring the Honda staff or getting new staff in. I think they'll just be hiring the Honda staff, though. They'll buy the Honda staff, or not buy the staff, they'll buy the facility, sorry, and hire the Honda staff. So they'll technically have a Red Bull engine, but it'll be made by the Honda facilities and the Honda staff. But this is Honda's final race in Formula One. until if they decide to come back, because Honda are pursuing their clean, carbon neutral goals, and they don't think Formula One is suitable for that. And yeah. Also, in qualifying yesterday, we had seen that. What had we seen? Oh, we'd seen in Lewis Hamilton's interview after qualifying, he had said, I'll just quote exactly what Lewis Hamilton has said. So, firstly, Max did a great lap today. We just couldn't compete with him with a time at the end there. It was a fantastic lap from him, but we're in a good position. I'd like to think with our tyres tomorrow, I hope that we can have a good race. On the first lap of Q3, I dropped a bit of time in the last corner in turn 5, but my final lap was nice and clean. I just couldn't go any quicker. I don't know if it's a tyre prep or whatever it may be in terms of the outlap, but nonetheless, I couldn't beat that time, so he deserved pole position. I'm still on the front row tomorrow, and with the tyre difference, I'm grateful to see. I'm grateful I can see where he is, so we can try and navigate from there. All right. There'll be 19 cars on the grid because of the fact that um, Nikita Mazepin will not start the race because he has got COVID positive. So he will. Well, he's not taking part in the race, of course, because he got COVID. So there we go. But Pietro Fittipaldi is not eligible or illegible. I don't know how to say it properly. To drive because Nikita Mazepin was the driver that was in qualifying, and he did the qualifying lap. So that's why Nikita Mazepin is the only person that can do the race, because he's the driver that did the qualifying lap. The driver who does the qualifying lap can only do the race lap. So that's how it works there. And yeah, that's why. Felt good for you when Alfa Romeo sponsored your last stream. Well, yeah, Alfa Romeo sponsoring this stream as well. So it's in today's, it was yesterday's and today's stream. Alfa Romeo were sponsoring me. So if you do want to go check out Alfa Romeo's merch, they have very high quality merch. Like, they've sent some over, and I'm not saying, they haven't told me to say anything, but it is very nice merch. It's codezeroracing.com. So be sure to go check that out. And yeah. All right. So we will be building up to the race start now. There has been so much action between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. I mean, I just cannot believe throughout the entire season. So if we go all the way back to Bahrain, right? So we go all the way to Bahrain. We've had, of course, the incident in terms of track limits at turn number 1, where Verstappen went out of track limits and overtook Lewis Hamilton. Then they had to take the penalty, and then they had to give the position back, and then Verstappen couldn't make the overtake. So that happened in Bahrain, right? That happened so long ago. And then in Imola, we had Verstappen Hamilton colliding at turn 1, Hamilton getting damaged, and then Hamilton going off the racing line when it was wet, because it was wet in Imola. He spun around and then hit the curb. Spun around and went into the gravel. And then we had a red flag because George Russell, Valtteri Bottas crashed. So that was pretty crazy. Then going into Spain, into turn number 1, Verstappen and Hamilton had crashed. They made contact going into that corner. Verstappen came out on top, but then Mercedes pulled off the 2-stop strategy where Red Bull were on the 1-stop. They made the overtake. If we go to Baku, then we had Verstappen getting tyre failure, and then Lewis Hamilton getting that massive lockup, and then losing all of the positions on the race start. So there's been so much action from start to finish in this entire season. There's just like no way you can put all of this together. So there we go. 2021 was the best sounding engine in the turbo hybrid era. Yes, I think it is, because they had what the FIA did. The FIA allowed the teams to turn the engines up to a higher RPM. So the higher RPMs obviously sounds nicer, and that's why they sound better, of course. And the Honda engine as well. It just sounds so good, the Honda engine. yeah, I mean, anyway, back to the race though. We have 56 minutes till the race is live. We have 500 people watching. Everyone that's tuning in, thank you so much. There'll be full commentary for the race, and there'll be images coming up if there is anything crazy going on. So be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. I cannot wait for this. Max Verstappen has got 17 podiums in this Formula 1 season. There's been 21 races, and he's got 17 podiums. Absolutely insane there from Max Verstappen. He had a DNF in Baku, DNF in Silverstone, finished 9th in Hungary, and then there was one other race he didn't finish in second on the podium. But nevertheless, absolutely intense racing from all of the drivers. And we will be going into into the race very soon. 58 laps remain. I mean, it was just absolutely crazy there. It was in Italy. Yeah, in Italy, Verstappen had DNF, so that's where he didn't get his other podium. But everyone else now is coming to the grid. 56 minutes remain of this till the race goes live. Lewis Hamilton, in the head-to-head and the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, Hamilton has 5 wins, Verstappen has 1, Hamilton has 5 poles, Verstappen has 1, but Verstappen has 2 poles, because he got pole position yesterday. And in the season overall, though, Max Verstappen has got 10 pole positions, 9 wins. Lewis Hamilton has got a lot less than that, but they are both tied on 369.5 points. Hamilton has won 7 world titles, and of Max Verstappen, of course, going for his first one today. And this is it then, the final race of 2021. We're building up to it now. 54 minutes remain. The lap times from qualifying, it was a 1 minute 22.1 from Max Verstappen. It was a 1 minute 22.5 from Lewis Hamilton. So 4/10 gap between the two drivers, and it's going to be close going to this race start. Turn number 1, it's only, I think it's only around 200, 300 meters from the starting grid to turn 1. So there's not that big of a chance for Hamilton to get past. And nevertheless, there's been so much action at the start of this race. I would not put it past one of these two drivers to send one down the inside or send one around the outside. And yeah, cannot wait. Hello, Kiez. Nice to see that you're back. And 500 people watching, and the race will be starting in 53 minutes, guys. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And I cannot wait for this race to get underway. All right. The Mercedes garage, they've got their pit stop devices ready, and they will be getting ready to go racing. And yeah. What do I think of the India Buddha circuit? Well, the circuit in India was very good, and of course, Lewis Hamilton, not Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian Vettel, had won every single race there. So we'll just have to wait and see. And yeah, there we go. Well, you're not 5 minutes late, in fact. I've been streaming for quite a while now, but 52 minutes till the race goes live. I'm just going to put on dramatic music for about 30 seconds. I just have to go do something. So I'm going to put on the dramatic music that we'll be playing throughout the entire race today. And I mean, it's pretty epic dramatic music. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Right, okay, I'm back. Sick. But right, so let's not start the spam already, guys. We have 50 minutes till the race goes live. We don't need Max spamming in the chat. But oh, did I play Super Max by accident instead of playing the dramatic music? Oh, I think I played Super Max. Oh no, I played dramatic music. Who knows? But anyway, back to the race. Well, back to Saudi Arabia. If we go back to Saudi Arabia, there was so much chaos between Verstappen and Hamilton. Verstappen slowing down to give Hamilton the position. Hamilton not overtaking him. Then Verstappen speeding off, and then the drivers switching positions. Verstappen immediately overtaking Hamilton again, and then penalties given out. 15 seconds of penalties worth for Max Verstappen. I mean, there has been so much chaos between these two drivers. Um, we'll just find out. And these two drivers, if they're still tied on points, Verstappen will be the champion because he will have more wins than Lewis Hamilton. So, if these two drivers both do DNF, they will have Max Verstappen will have more wins than Lewis Hamilton, and then will go on to win the championship. So that's what's going to happen there. But there are 58 laps in today's race, and the expected strategy from Pirelli will be the mediums, then the hards. So there we go. All right. Ooh, okay. Let's see now. All of the drivers are currently on track. Verstappen, Hamilton. Oh no, sorry, they're all in the pits right now. Verstappen, Hamilton, Norris, the whole lot. They'll just be getting their cars out, getting ready to go out onto the formation lap, onto the grid, and we will be racing in 50 minutes or so. I mean, I just cannot wait for this to get started. So let's see the strategy guides and the team radio. So I'm going to get the team radios up. But Max Verstappen has said we're feeling good. Let's see what the tires will do in the race. We're confident the tires will be decent. It's the right tire for the start. Lots of things can happen. Yeah, looking forward to it. So, Verstappen looking forward to the race start, and as of course he will be on the soft tires, so that he'll have the advantage on the race start, and he will probably be leading this race coming out of turn number one. But there is a big but with Max Verstappen. He will have the lead of the race, but he will be on the soft tires, and on those soft tires he has less downforce, which will mean he will actually get a lot more tire wear compared to Lewis Hamilton. So it's going to be tough for Verstappen to manage those tires from the start of the race all the way till the end. But we'll see what he can do. And I don't know about if the F1 2009 game is good or not. I've never played it, but this is it, the title decider between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. And yeah, just cannot wait. All right then. 47 minutes remain of the till the race goes live, and let's get racing very, very soon. Ooh. All right. Who do I think will win? Well, I'm not going to. I think Verstappen will win, and 64% of you think Verstappen will win. 36% of you think Lewis will win. So Verstappen does have the edge in our poll. Verstappen also had the edge in qualifying. 4/10 he had in quali. So it's looking pretty good for Max Verstappen in terms of getting this race win. But there's so many different factors that could happen in the race. We have absolutely no idea what could go down. So if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. And if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. And we'll be going racing very, very soon indeed. So there we go. All right. How much time do they lose in the pit lane? They lose 22 seconds in the pit lane. under normal conditions, and then they will lose 14 seconds in the pit lane under virtual safety car or safety car conditions. So that's the safety car kind of stuff that's going to go on there. If there is a safety car, it will be a pretty big advantage to it for anyone who does pit under the safety car. And yeah. Will Norris fight or will he move out? Okay, well, Lando Norris has said that he's nervous and he does not want to get involved in the title battle at the front because, well, there's lots of chaos that goes at the front. He doesn't really want to get involved. So, so the thing is, Lando Norris, he will probably just try and not get involved and stay behind. So we'll have to find out and see what happens there with Lando Norris and the race start. In fact, I think Perez will do his best. Perez said in the interview yesterday that he's going to try and overtake Lando Norris as soon as possible so he can assist Verstappen in winning the championship. But we'll just have to wait and see. Lando Norris, though, on the media, he'll be starting the race on the softs, I think. I'm not 100% sure. We'll check when the tire data does come up. I think Sainz will definitely hold up what's it called, Bottas, because Bottas, he's not particularly quick this weekend. He does have the slow engine, so making overtakes will be pretty difficult. And yeah, so Lando Norris, I mean, Valtteri Bottas will have a tough time getting past Carlos Sainz, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. All right, 500 people watching. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. And if you haven't subscribed, then be sure to do that. If you hit 500 likes, with 533 people watching, that would be pretty epic. 44 minutes till the race starts. 44 minutes is Lewis Hamilton's number. I don't know why that's relevant, but there we go. So we've talked a lot about Hamilton and Verstappen, but if we look at further down the field, there's still quite a bit of interesting stuff going on. So we have the battle between Yuki Tsunoda and Pierre Gasly. Yuki Tsunoda, this was the only time in the entire season where Yuki Tsunoda outqualified Pierre Gasly, and the only reason that happened was because Pierre Gasly had a brake issue. So Tsunoda almost lost 22-0 to Pierre Gasly in the qualifying battles. But he won the final race and he got ahead of Pierre Gasly because Gasly had a brake issue, of course. And so Sonoda, there's a chance he could probably make his way a bit higher up the field, but he's starting the race on this medium, so it's looking pretty good for him. Am I going to be active during the off season? Well, I have a couple of videos planned. Nothing like crazy or anything, but there we go. So there we are. But back to the race, though. Well, back to the battle at the front, because there's really not much else to talk about other than the battle at the front, really. So Verstappen will be on the right side of the grid. So Verstappen on the outside line, Hamilton will have the inside line going into turn number 1. So that will give Hamilton the inside line. He'll have the corner, but the problem is that Hamilton will also have to have like a significant advantage on Verstappen if he wants to actually take the corner and properly like win. So come out ahead. Sorry. So it's going to be tough for Lewis Hamilton. He's going to have to nail that race start. A lot of stuff depends on that race start. So yeah, Lewis will have practiced his race starts all night. He will be practicing his race starts right now as well. Just putting the clutch right into the exact correct position that they need it, and then slowly releasing it and getting the power down with as little wheel spin as possible. And yeah, we'll see. I think Norris has to push due to their fight with Ferrari. See, the thing is, if Ferrari, I'll just get the Constructors' Championship up between Ferrari and McLaren, but I think Ferrari are a significant chunk ahead now. Ferrari are 38.5 points ahead. So, McLaren would have to get a 1-2, and Ferrari would have to DNF, or be outside of the points if McLaren do want to win the championship. So the fight with Ferrari is over. So Lando Norris doesn't have a particular reason to push really hard other than the fact that he could get a podium, which is a pretty good reason, to be honest. So Lando Norris, he could probably try and stay ahead of Sergio Perez. Overtaking Hamilton will just be ridiculous and pointless, really, because Hamilton will probably overtake him straight past. And yeah. Ballist, I've sent the link to 56 people, always happy to help, do appreciate it. If all of you guys, you obviously have F1 friends who watch F1, so be sure to send this stream to them so they can also tune in. 40 minutes now till the race goes live between Hamilton and Verstappen, and I cannot wait for this battle to get underway. And also the Constructors' Championship, right? So the battle between Red Bull and Mercedes in the Constructors' Championship is 28.5 points. So as long as Mercedes score 17 points this weekend, so that means coming in second place or higher with one driver, they will seal the deal for the Constructors. So we could potentially see Verstappen win the Drivers' Championship and Mercedes win the Constructors' Championship. And yeah, it'll just be interesting. To see that if that happens, because I think that happened in like 2007 maybe. Ferrari won the championship, but then 2008 Ferrari won the Constructors' Championship, but Hamilton won the Drivers, or it was 2007. I'm not exactly sure because I'd never watched Formula One then. I was so there we go. But Lewis is on. It's gonna be a record breaking race today. Either Max Verstappen will become the first ever Dutch Formula One world champion, or it'll be Lewis Hamilton be an 8-time champion of the world. So there we go. Whatever happens, it's going to be a record-breaking race today, and be sure to tune in all the way till the end. I mean, there's like, why would you not tune in all the way to the end? Because there's so much action and so much chaos that is going to happen in today's race. Track temperature has gone up from 27 to 30 degrees, but it still looks pretty good for the soft tires there. So it's looking good for Max Verstappen with these lower track temperatures. He'll just hope that the track temperatures continue getting lower and lower, and then he goes on to win the race. Also, guys, just want to let you know that there is F1 merch in the description, and the F1 merch in the description it's in the description. There's loads of stuff on discount because all the teams are trying to get rid of their 2021 stock because they're going to be getting new merch coming in for the next year. So there's loads of stuff on discount. So be sure to go check that out. And if you would like to enter the giveaway for the Kimi Raikkonen merch, Kimi Raikkonen cap merch, sorry. So this is the merch that I'm giving away. 10 of these caps. Go follow me on Instagram and Twitter and join the Discord, and I'll be picking 10 winners from there. So be sure to do that. Back to the race though. In fact, just another thing, the Kimi Raikkonen merch has a limited edition t-shirt that's on sale right now for his final race in Formula One. So be sure to go check that out. It's at codezeroracing.com. So go check that out. But back to the race. 37 minutes till the race gets started. Can we get some hype in the chat, guys? Let me know who you think is going to win, and let me know let me know in the chat who you think is going to win, and let me know who you think is going to have the lead coming out of turn number 1. The drivers are coming onto the grid now. They are driving around onto the grid, so I'll need to change the stream title. And if we get loads of messages in the chat and loads of likes, that will recommend it to everyone on YouTube, and we'll get loads of people watching. All right. F1 strategy guide has just been released. Yeah, so the strategy guide that has been released says that Lewis Hamilton does have the ideal strategy. So Hamilton's strategy will be starting on the mediums and then going on to the hards. And that is the ideal strategy according to Pirelli. Pirelli have said that's the quickest strategy. And then the second quickest strategy will be going to Max Verstappen's strategy. So that will be soft and then medium and then hard. So
It'll be all interesting to see what happens there. And yeah, there we go. Watching from Singapore. Wow. Who used to do the F1 live broadcasts? I think it was BBC that used to do them. Well, at least in England they were, but nevertheless, back to the racing. We are now 35 minutes till lights out for the most historic race in Formula One history. And that's a pretty bold claim, but I think that's pretty accurate. So there we are. Also, guys, I'm just going to let you know my stream and my commentary will be delayed by around about 30 seconds or 30 to 40 seconds because the stream that I'm watching is 40 seconds delayed. So I want to watch the race and then commentate from the race. So it'll be delayed by around about 30, 40 seconds, but you probably won't even notice it, to be honest. Just the race start, the track, they'll be doing the race start on the map, but I won't have anything to talk about in that. All right. But anyway, this race will definitely be talked about for years and years. I mean, we've just had a news article that's been published, and it's in 20 years' time, people will look back at this battle between Verstappen and Hamilton and just reflect on how historic it was and what a title decider it will be. Right, we'll have team radios coming through in just a few seconds. So I'm gonna start playing those team radios. And this is it, the final race of 2020. The guys are going to go full send. And I think we just want a fair race, really. No crashes, just straight hard fighting between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton for 58 laps. And if we had 58 laps of racing, that will be absolutely insane. The cars are on the grid now. I'm going to get some images up so you guys can see what's going on track. But this is it. Our Formula One class of 2021. We have, well, Lewis Hamilton, Valtteri Bottas, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, and all 20 drivers. All 19 drivers, and then Nikita Mazepin actually isn't in the photo shoot. Wow, because he doesn't deserve to be an F1 driver. Lol. No, but Nikita Mazepin has tested positive for COVID-19, so that is why he is. That's why he is not present in that photo. But back to the race. Hello, C. Paul, and Kimi's in there as well. And there we go then. All right. Who will be the winner if they're on the same amount of points? Max Verstappen will be the winner if they're on the same amount of points because Verstappen has more race wins. So Verstappen's won more races compared to Lewis Hamilton, and that's how they decide it. So, yeah. So if they both DNF, then Verstappen will come out on top and win the championship. All right. 33 minutes till we go racing in Abu Dhabi. Can you explain why Lewis is on the mediums when he qualified on the softs? Lewis is on the mediums. He qualified in Q2 on the mediums. He did Q3 on the softs, of course, but in Q2 are the tyres that decide which tyres you start the race on. So in Q2, Hamilton did his fastest lap on the mediums. In Q2, Verstappen did his fastest lap on the softs. So that is why Verstappen is starting the race on the soft and Hamilton is starting the race on the mediums. But back to Lando Norris, right? So Lando Norris starting in third place after a mega lap in qualifying yesterday. He has just said, I'm a bit nervous because I kind of want to stay where I am and just watch everything unfold over the first few laps or even the whole race because I don't want to get involved too much because it could cause a lot of controversy. And that is very true. There has been so much controversy going on in Formula One lately. You do not want to get involved in it. So there we are, but 30 minutes now till the race is live. Will Norris overtake Lewis into turn one? Don't think so. Norris has just said that he wants to not get involved. So by the looks of it, he probably will not do that. And yeah. All right, so it's just one more time. It is race day. Let's end the 2021 season in style. Max Verstappen will get an early first place, but because of pit strategies and first lap crashes, our rivals will decide the championship. All right. Steering wheel, come on, give it to me. Yeah. Well, guys, I do have some videos coming up in the off season, of course, and there's a few videos coming up. The learning the ABCs of Formula One. That's going to be a pretty good video. Also, guys, just have to point out there are 31 minutes remaining of this before the race starts. And there is a link in the video description for a summary of the entire season, all the way up until today's race. So the entire season, right? So be sure to go check that out. It's like 30 minutes long. So if you start watching that and skip, like if you skip out the last 2 minutes, then you can get just back in time for the race start. So be sure to go check that out. It's the first link in the description. But we have team radio from Lando Norris, and this is it. Half an hour now till the race is underway.
Okay, mate, we go to the grid. Please confirm.
Yeah, confirm.
Understood. Any comment on car balance?
I think okay. If anything, I still might say a bit overbalanced. Bit difficult to say.
Okay, no problem. We'll take a look together.
Right, so they're just talking about the balance of the car and the fact that there is little to no wind, only 0.4 meters per second of wind, very light wind, so it's not going to be particularly of an annoyance to a driver of any kind of sort, really. Such a low amount of wind. Lewis Hamilton has just been quoted and just done an interview. I've just got to prepare in the best possible way. I've given absolutely everything. I'm doing what I absolutely love, best energy I can. We don't think we have we don't know what the strategy will be. We did a good job getting through on the medium tyres in Q2. I think it's the correct strategy. We'll give it everything with what we have. So Lewis Hamilton going full send into this race, and the race start is in 30 minutes time, guys. 30 minutes till the race is underway. Let me know who you think will win the championship. We've had our votes. We have 7,000 people voting. And Max Verstappen is 64% chance Max Verstappen's going to win. 30 minutes till the most historic race in Formula One. So let's get ready. Sergio Perez has just said that he will be trying to overtake Lando Norris as soon as he possibly can on the race start, so he can get ahead of Lando Norris and assist Max Verstappen in his championship battle. Because I think Perez is also on the soft tyres, so if Perez can get ahead of Norris, so it'll be Verstappen versus Hamilton versus Perez, and both Red Bulls will be on the soft. So that means Perez will have a pace advantage over Lewis Hamilton, which will definitely help out in the chance of him trying to make the overtake and screw over the Mercedes strategy completely. But yeah, all right then. The tires will deteriorate. I don't know how to say it. Will wear out quicker because we're in Abu Dhabi, right? It's a dusty place because we are in the middle of a desert, of course. And track temperatures are around about 30 degrees, so we could see some sliding of the cars and the tires around on this circuit, and that could cause excessive tire wear. So it's key, and it's literally key for Max Verstappen to maintain this lead going into turn number 1 and 2. Otherwise, that could very much screw over his race. Don't think there's any chance of rain. I mean, F1 predicted there's a 10% chance of rain, but like we're in the middle of a desert, guys. Like, are we really gonna get rain? You know what I mean? So there we go. But the focus for George Russell today on his final race for Williams will be scoring will be scoring a couple more points, and ensuring that Williams get eighth place, in the constructors ahead of Alfa Romeo. So that's George Russell's aim for today, for his final race for Williams, before he obviously goes to Mercedes next year alongside Lewis Hamilton, which will be a very interesting battle to see. 58 laps of today's race. We're expecting a 1 or 2 stop strategy. It's split. It's very, very close according to Pirelli. The soft, the 1 stop strategy and the 2 stop strategy. So we'll see how it plays out. And there we go then. 10% chance, but we're in the middle of a desert. You know what I mean? Any thoughts on AlphaTauri? Sonoda had a good qualifying yesterday. Pierre Gasly had a brake issue, so that's why he's down in 12th. But the problem is with AlphaTauri is that they sort of set up their car for qualifying, so they're higher up in qualifying than they are in the race, and their race pace is lacking. So Sonoda is the only driver starting the race on the mediums, out these sort of lower in the midfield in the top 10. So Sonoda will have an advantage compared to all of the other drivers, and let's see if he can pull that off, because he was very quick around this circuit this weekend. But he's continuing next year in AlphaTauri, so it's his rookie season. We'll see what he can do. But who is it? Pierre Gasly. He'll just have a recovery drive up the field. We know he's very quick and he's been on form all season round. Currently, the Mercedes engineers, they're just checking Lewis Hamilton's suspension and brakes. They were doing that yesterday as well, making sure everything, all the screws are tightened to the correct tightness, and making sure everything is as perfect as it can possibly be. They want no damage whatsoever because that could completely throw their title chances all out the window. Guys, if you have not hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you have not subscribed, be sure to do that as well. Let's get ready to go racing now in Abu Dhabi. I cannot wait for this race to start, so be sure to hit the like button. We have team radio coming in from George Russell. He's starting the race in 17th place. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Just make sure you check the drinks as well, George. Go into the grid. We'll do a static bite point find when you pull up.
Yep, so they're checking the drink because, of course, we're in Abu Dhabi. It's so hot. They want to make sure that they don't, the drivers, they have enough water because otherwise it's going to be a very tough race physically for them to actually, survive and, make it through to the end of the race and be at their maximum performance as well. So there we go there. 700 of you watching. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. And if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that as well. And here we go now. Christian Horner just doing an interview. And he's just, Christian Horner has been throwing lots of shade around. But we'll see if he'll be complaining or if he will not. Or going into this at the end of this race now. This is the final race of the not the turbo hybrid era, but this will be the final race of Formula One before we go to the new cars in 2022. The new cars, of course, will have all of the new changes, so we'll get much better racing, and that's going to help out, of course, Formula One as a sport. But this is the most historic race in Formula One history so far. So we have more team radio from Max Verstappen this time. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Everything okay with the car?
Yeah, all good.
Copy that. See you back here.
All right, so Verstappen has been asked. He was just doing his lap to the grid, and Verstappen's car is perfectly fine. So that is looking good indeed for Max Verstappen, and they will be on the grid now, going on to the formation lap very, very soon. Also, guys, you do need to remember to vote Kimi Raikkonen for Driver of the Day, as that is one of the most important things that we've got to do today. Vote Kimi Raikkonen for Driver of the Day, of course, and let's go racing. I mean, 23 minutes left. I mean, the time's just slowed down. I've been commentating for about an hour and a half now, but it feels like time has slowed down because this race is just not getting started, and it needs to start because I need to find out who's going to win. But this will be the final time Kimi Raikkonen is to start a race in Formula One. The most experienced driver in Formula One history, one of the most loved drivers in Formula One history as well, retiring after 20 years of racing in Formula One. I mean, what a career from Kimi Raikkonen. The last Ferrari world champion, and this is his 349th race start. Solid drive from him. A solid career, and we just love him so much that I'm doing a giveaway. 10 Kimi Raikkonen caps, 10 caps of 20 years of Kimi Raikkonen. So if you do want to join the giveaway, click the link in the description for my Twitter, Instagram, and Discord, and joining any one of those three will enter you into the giveaway. And there is links in the description for the F1 merch. There's loads of stuff on discount because they do want to get rid of their 2021 merch. So be sure to go check that out. The F1 stream they're all on the grid now. The grid is absolutely packed. If I can get an image up of the grid. But the grid is completely packed. There are so many drivers all over the shop. And so many people, so many celebrities everywhere. We'll just see what goes on then. The drivers will be doing the national anthem very, very soon. And this is it then. Farewell to Kimi Raikkonen for his final race in Formula One. And welcome along to one of the most historic races in F1 history. So this is the circuit, of course. It will be a night race, as usual in Abu Dhabi. This is the new corner. Before there was a chicane here, but now there's a corner. One long sweeping turn number 9, and we're going to be going racing here in Abu Dhabi in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I mean, I can't even emphasize it enough, but basically how it works is if you hit the like button, YouTube's like, oh my God, this live stream's amazing, and then recommends it to everyone, and then we get loads of people in the chat, which is amazing. But back to the race. Nikita Mazepin will not be driving today. He will. He has tested positive for COVID, so we only have 19 cars on the grid. And this is it then. 19 cars on the grid. The final race of 2021. I mean, you guys are like literally witnessing history as it happens. So this race will be looked back on in 20 years' time as one of the most historic battles, just like it's Senna and Prost. Like we look back on now, this will be the next big battle in Formula One. All right. The generational battle, in fact. We've always seen generational battles. We've seen Schumacher versus Alonso, and now we're seeing Schumacher versus Alonso versus Hamilton now versus Max Verstappen. It's always the next generation of drivers, and we'll find out what happens there. All right. All of you guys, be sure to go get some popcorn because this race, I assure you, is going to be absolutely amazing. All right. So the drivers are currently now just on the grid. They'll be going to do the national anthem, and then they will get in their cars to go racing one final time in 2021. So when Lewis retires, who do you support? Well, I support Max Verstappen. So, yeah, this is the deciding race of the year. Haas can be absent, and we wouldn't miss them because if it was left to my decision. All right, this is the most interesting race of the generation. People have forgotten that Yuki's lap time didn't get deleted on the last corner, otherwise he would have finished 4th and 5th. I didn't catch that because I must have missed it. But Yuki Sonoda was very quick indeed. So we'll see what can happen. We'll see what can happen. Yeah. Ryan Joseph has said I have exams, so I can't really watch the race. But like, it's the most historic race in Formula One. Like, exams are temporary. Formula One is forever. That is not what you should do, by the way. But nevertheless. Okay, so Pirelli have released their race strategies. They have said the quickest strategy is to go from the mediums onto the hards and pit around lap number 22. The second quickest strategy, which is nearly as quick as the first one, is to start out on the softs and then go onto the hards and pit around about lap number 15. The slower strategy is the two-stopper, which is start on the softs, then go to the hards, and then go to the mediums. So it's going to be interesting to see what Red Bull decide to do. Because Bottas, Hamilton, and Sonoda will be the only drivers in the top 10 starting the race on the mediums, and everyone else will start the race on the softs. So, and Verstappen only has hard tires that he can switch onto into the race, because Verstappen, he has a medium set of tires, but that medium set of tires will be has been flat spotted. So yeah, because it's been flat spotted, there is no chance that he can actually drive on that tire. So he only has 2 sets of hard tires left in today's race, and we'll see what happens from there, really. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have records broken today. If Verstappen wins the championship, he'll be the first ever Dutch winner, and he'll have the most ever podiums in a Formula One season. If Lewis Hamilton wins today, we'll have an 8-time champion of the world, literally the most championships a driver's ever won. So record-breaking race anyway. The track changes that have happened at the circuit in Abu Dhabi. If you guys don't already know, the circuit changes that have been made are that turn number 4, 5 have been removed. So the chicane that was there, that has been removed, and the chicane that was here at the end of the start of the third sector, has also been removed. So we just now have long flowing corners, and that's going to help the racing. So going through turn number 1, it's around about 200-300 meters from the starting grid, and Verstappen will be starting on the outside line. Hamilton will be starting on the inside line. going into turn number 1, and then turn number 2 is another left-hander, turn 3 a right-hander, turn 4 a left-hander, and then turn 5 a hairpin. And this is where the overtakes can be made between Hamilton and Verstappen on the first lap. If Hamilton gets a good slipstream coming out of the first corner, then he can make a move down the inside at turn number 5. Verstappen could slipstream him back. There's so many different possibilities. I have literally no idea what would happen, but 15 minutes now till the race goes live. Christian Horner said, it's been a hell of a year. Max has been mighty all year. We're going to try and enjoy it. So Christian Horner now putting himself up onto the pit wall. The drivers now will be finishing up they're finishing up the ceremony, and then we'll be getting in their car. The engineers doing their final checks on the car to make sure everything is absolutely perfect. Nothing can go wrong here for any of the drivers. Otherwise, that could completely ruin their race. So here they are now. The parade is over, and the national anthem is over. The drivers now walking over to their cars and getting ready to go racing. The helmets are on, the visors are coming down. This is it. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. If we could hit 21k this year, I mean, this race, that would be absolutely insane. We are like 400 subscribers away, so be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Okay, then here we go. So here we are. I mean, I've sort of lost my commentating ability because the race is just a bit too insane for me right now. So, whoops. I mean, this race could actually be decided on the last lap. Like, there's a solid chance that this race could be decided on the last lap, Verstappen and Hamilton, because if Verstappen goes for the 2-stop strategy and Mercedes go for the 1-stop, then there's a solid chance that Red Bull will be chasing down Lewis Hamilton onto the final lap of the race, and that will just make it all the more crazy coming into this final race. All right. So, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. And this is it then. Final race of the season. We are going racing. $13 lights. All right. Let me know your predictions in the chat. So everyone, want all of you to type your predictions in for who you think's going to win the championship and who you think's going to be on the podium. So let me know your positions on the podiums, and we'll see who comes out to be correct. Yeah. The tension is building, really. Lando Norris starts third on the grid. He has decided, he's said to the press that he will not be trying to get involved between Hamilton and Verstappen's battle. So he's going to try and stay back and try and sort of just hold that third place, try and get behind, try and get that third place and try and keep Sergio Perez behind him. Perez will do his utmost best, though, to try and get ahead of him. And yeah. All right. Also, these pit stops that the drivers will be doing, they have to be absolutely perfect. I mean, like, so it's so critical that these pit stops have to be perfect between these drivers. It's absolutely insane. And let's go then. Right. $11 minutes till lights out. I mean, this circuit has held many championship deciders. 2010, where we had the shenanigans between Mark Webber, Fernando Alonso, and Sebastian Vettel. I mean, we had Fernando Alonso who was stuck behind Vitaly Petrov for the majority of his race, that lost him the championship. So we could see maybe Lewis Hamilton pitting, coming out behind Fernando Alonso, and Fernando Alonso just being like, doing the exact same thing what Vitaly Petrov did to him and just slowing him down every single lap. We've seen Fernando Alonso can defend against Lewis Hamilton. We know Alonso wants Verstappen to win the championship. Will Alonso just sacrifice his race and just hold up Lewis Hamilton? But there we go. Toto Wolff has just said we're going massive attack. So full send for Toto Wolff and Mercedes. And this is it now, 10 minutes till we go racing. Right, so your predictions are, loads of you people think Hamilton's going to finish first. Some of you think Verstappen's going to finish first. Well, 64% have voted that Max will win the championship. So here we go then. Valtteri Bottas is starting in 6th place. He has a grid penalty. Oh, no, not a grid penalty, sorry. He does not have a grid penalty. He just has a slow engine. So the problem that he has is that the straight in Abu Dhabi, it's the second longest straight on the entire Formula 1 calendar. So he's going to be very slow going down that straight. And that's not going to help him whatsoever in terms of getting some moves. And yeah. Right then, so this is it. The drivers are now coming onto the grid. The engineers are coming off the grid. The drivers will be going on their formation laps in a matter of minutes. And this is it then. Yeah, it's T minus 600. Yeah, we've got 600 seconds till lights out, or it's 600 seconds till the formation lap at least. But Bottas does have a special suit, yes. Also, I just want to point out, Valtteri Bottas, since he joined Mercedes in 2017, every single race Valtteri Bottas has driven for Mercedes, he has gone on to get into Q3. Every single race he's got into Q3. So Valtteri Bottas, what a record there from Valtteri Bottas. Absolutely amazing. All right, then here we go. Max Verstappen now. He's surrounded by cameras, completely surrounded by cameras. He's just put in his headphones to get the team radio coming through. The Red Bull car is looking as sleek as ever. There's tape all over the engine cover to make sure they reduce drag as much as possible. And the Mercedes car as well, they've got the wheels taken off, so the tires are getting warmed up. Lewis Hamilton has got the water bottle, coming into his mouth now, like the tube that he's got. Verstappen's got his balaclava on, and they'll be putting on their helmets. And with just under 10 minutes to go, it's the final pep talks from all of the drivers and engineers, and then it's to your battle stations. All right. Everyone that's tuning in, thank you so much. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. And if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. And this is it, the final race of the season. Ooh, so exciting, right? All right, hydrate early. Where to vote? If you want to vote for driver of the day, it will be f1.com/vote, but that will be later. It's not on right now. They do the driver of the day vote after. So there we go. All right, so this is it then. Everyone hit the like button on the stream. 6 minutes till we go racing. Oh, I just cannot wait. All right. Right, 7 minutes, 6 minutes 30. All right. The drivers will be... Oh, we have team radio from Lewis Hamilton. In fact, let's listen to what he has to say.
Radio check. Yeah, radio's loud and clear. Yeah, radio check from the garage.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yep, so it's looking good. Lewis Hamilton has done the radio check loud and clear. Right, so this race, guys, I'm just going to put all the headline titles for this race. It's Kimi Raikkonen's last race after 20 years in the sports. It's our last race for George Russell, Giovinazzi, and Valtteri Bottas with their teams. We have an epic title fight on our hands. Both drivers equal on points coming into the final race of the season, and it's an end of an era for this generation of cars. And now we're coming up to the new generation of cars in 2022. So I cannot wait. And this is why this race in Formula One 2021 is the most historic race in the F1 history. Right, let's go racing. All right. So this is it. We have now 5 minutes till we go racing, and I'm going to go through the starting grid, and this is it. What tyres will Perez start with? Perez will start the race on the soft tyres. So will Max Verstappen. The only drivers in the top 10 starting the race on the medium tyres will be Hamilton, Bottas, and Sonoda. Everyone else will be starting the race on the softs. Those 3 drivers will be on the mediums. And what a race, what a season this has been, in fact. So let's go racing one final time in Abu Dhabi today. Right, I need to make sure my mic doesn't fall over. All right, there we go. Risk of rain is 0%. Just as a reminder that we are in the desert. Hamilton has won this championship. Hamilton has won this race 5 times, and Verstappen has won. Verstappen has won here 1 time, but Verstappen does have the upper hand going into this race. So here we go then. On the formation lap, we will start in 4 minutes. Mercedes also, just an update on the Constructors' Championship. Mercedes lead Red Bull by 28 points in the Constructors' Championship. And the two, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, are tied on points coming into the final race of the season. And there we go then. All right, Verstappen starts on pole. Lewis Hamilton starts second. This is it. I don't think they're going to let Kimi Raikkonen win. I'm going to be totally honest with you. We have 2,000 people watching. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. That will very much help out the stream and the channel. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that as well. If we could hit like 22k this stream, that will be something else. But we're going into now the race, and the winner takes it all in today's race. It's been absolutely crazy season from start to finish. Right all the way in Bahrain, we had incidents between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen in terms of track limits. In Imola, we had spins, we had red flags. In Baku, we had tyre failures, we had lockups. In Saudi Arabia, we had brake testing and we had penalties. And here in Abu Dhabi, we have a straight 1v1 Lewis Hamilton versus Max Verstappen. Going into Abu Dhabi now, it's this circuit is built on an island, a man-made island, which took $1.3 billion to construct. And coming into the final race now of the 2021 season, round number 22 of 22 in Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi. And the final race of the season around this 3.3 mile circuit, 5.3 kilometers, 58 laps of racing with 2 DRS zones, and the second longest straight in the Formula One calendar. There's 16 turns, 5 less turns than last year. The first chicane has been removed to just straight into a hairpin this time, and then the triple chicane at the end of the second sector has also been removed, and now it's one long banked corner at turn number 9. So that's going to improve the racing going into today's race, and 58 laps ahead of us in the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Everyone that's tuned in, thank you so much. If it is blurry for you, press the settings icon and then put it up to maximum quality. Turn 12, 13, 14 have all been modified, so they are higher speed with better racing opportunities. We are the Pirelli tires we have today are the C5, the C4, the C3, the softest tire compounds Pirelli has to offer. The softs are the C5s, the mediums are the C4s, the hards are the C3s, and the gap between the softs and the mediums, 0.4 of a second. Still I rise 44.85. Thank you for the donation. Very much do appreciate it. And let's go racing. We have Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen on the front row of the grid. This is the 9th time they're starting on the front row of the grid alongside each other. Then we have Sergio Perez in 4th, Lando Norris in 3rd, Bottas and Carlos Sainz in 6th and 5th. And we have Charles Leclerc in 7th, Yuki Tsunoda in 8th. Also, just another thing to point out, everyone on the odd side of the grid, so odd numbers in their starting positions, they will be on the outside line. Everyone in the even numbers will be on the inside line. Next up, we have Yuki Tsunoda and Esteban Ocon. And then we have... we have Ocon and Daniel Ricciardo, and then Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll's 100th race for Aston Martin, Antonio Giovinazzi's final race for Alfa Romeo, unless he comes back, Sebastian Vettel in 15th, Latifi in 16th, 17th and 18th, George Russell, Kimi Raikkonen, both of these drivers leaving their team this year. And then in 19th place, we have Mick Schumacher, and in 20th, Nikita Mazepin not starting the race as he has tested positive for COVID. Mercedes needs 17 points to guarantee the Constructors' Championship in their favour. So 17 points are needed for Mercedes to get this, and all they need is second place or more from one driver to get this. In terms of the official F1 poll, it's 52% to Max Verstappen, 48% to Lewis Hamilton. These two drivers are inseparable or indistinguishable, as you guys might have known from yesterday's live stream. But starting in the top 10, we're going to get the tyre data coming up. And Gasly and Alonso have decided to start on the hard tyres. Schumacher starts on the soft, and everyone else is on the mediums outside the top 10. And on the mediums, inside the top 10, we have Bottas, Hamilton, and Sonoda on the mediums, and everyone else is on the hards. But this is it. The drivers are now coming up on the formation lap. I'm going to put a tiny bit of background dramatic music up, and then we're going to go racing. All right. Hopefully that's loud enough. It's not too loud, I think. Let me know if I should turn the volume down or off, or just turn it off. But here we go. The drivers on the formation lap now. We have Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen all coming off the starting grid, weaving around, and getting some heat into those tires. And this is important here because the better your race start, the better your chances of actually winning the championship. This is going to be critical for everyone to get as much tyre temperature and brake temperature as possible. So the formation lap time, Verstappen leads them off, and there are 16 corners to drive around, 3.3 mile circuit to get as much tyre temperature as possible. The predicted pit stop strategy will be the mediums go on at lap. The medium runners will start the race, will pit, on lap number 22-ish, and then the soft tyre runners will pit on lap number 15. The fastest pit stop this season has been carried out by Red Bull Racing with 1.88 second pit stop in Hungary. Max Verstappen going very slowly coming out of the chicane, playing a little bit of mind games with Lewis Hamilton here on the start on the back straight. The engineers run all the way back into the pit wall and to get ready to crunch some data, make sure everything is running perfectly fine. If there is any team radio coming through, I will play that immediately. But everyone, let's go racing. All right. So this is it. The race will be underway very, very soon indeed, and I cannot wait. All right, I'm just going to refresh the website just so we get the latest data possible. So there we go. And here we are then, back to racing. Very, very soon. All of the tyres have come in, and it's pretty... In turn number 5 and 6, everyone is slowing down to get as much brake temperature as possible. As I've said, Verstappen is starting the race on the softs, Hamilton starting the race on the mediums, and this is going to be intense. All right, then, let's go. Let's go racing. 58 laps of this race to come, and race engineers are ready, hands on their keyboard, ready to crunch some data, and we have Max Verstappen now lining up on the grid. Jos Verstappen has got his head in his hands already. He just cannot wait. So much tension. Verstappen doing burnouts on the grid to get rear tyre temperature. That's going to help him out. He lines up in the first place, perfectly on the race start. Lewis Hamilton, he lines up straight ahead. He's not looking to cut off Max Verstappen. Christian Horner is stood getting ready for the race start. And here we go in the lead. Hamilton's took the lead on Verstappen into turn number 1. Hamilton has got the lead. Verstappen 4/10 behind. Perez overtakes. Perez is into 3rd. Leclerc has gained a position as well. Norris is down into 4th. But the main thing, Hamilton is ahead of Verstappen. But going down the straight, we know Verstappen's quicker. Verstappen's got the top speed advantage. He's got the DRS. He's 6/10 behind Lewis Hamilton down the start-finish straight. And here we go now. Lewis Hamilton will be defending for his life and weaving as well. 4/10 is the gap going into the start-finish straight. 2/10 now, and going through the first chicane, Verstappen still maintains that Verstappen is right on Hamilton's tail. This second chicane now, this is Verstappen's chance to make the overtake, and Verstappen's locked up. Verstappen has locked up, and he's made a mistake now, and he is behind Lewis Hamilton on this race start. This could be a very tricky first stint for Max Verstappen. Sorry, he's 4/10 behind Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton's looks like to made a bit of a mistake as well. So both drivers at the front of the field making slight mistakes and then losing out to their rivals. So now the gap is half a second. Verstappen will be putting as much pressure as he can on Lewis Hamilton at the start of this race. Everyone that's tuned in, thank you so much. If you haven't subscribed already, be sure to do so. But at the start of this race, Bottas loses 2 positions, Norris loses 2 positions, Stroll loses 1, and Russell loses 2 as well. Verstappen, though, is already out of DRS range. Hamilton has picked up the pace and has just dropped Max Verstappen. 1.1 seconds is the gap, and they're going to have to do something about this very quickly indeed. Otherwise, Hamilton will run away with this race. 1.3 seconds is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen. Going into turn number 5, Verstappen has not found a way past, and he is right on his tail, but not close enough to make any sort of inroads on him in terms of slipstream or DRS there. Top speed by Max Verstappen, 318 kilometers an hour. Lewis Hamilton's top speed significantly slower. Verstappen had the slipstream advantage, but could not make the overtake. All right, wow. So much going on, but Antonio Giovinazzi has just got past Lance Stroll. Daniel Ricciardo is on the back of Esteban Ocon, and we have a massive DRS train forming. So we have Sainz, Norris, Leclerc and Sonoda, Bottas, Ocon, Ricciardo, Alonso, Gasly, Giovinazzi. Wait, the entire field is just in DRS train. From Carlos Sainz all the way to from 4th place to 20th place, we just have a massive DRS train. Choo choo. But anyway, Kimi Raikkonen gaining 3 positions on this second lap here. So solid driving from Kimi Raikkonen in his final race in Formula 1. Giovinazzi has also gained 1 position. Pierre Gasly hasn't been able to go up the field, and neither has Fernando Alonso. Both drivers starting on the hards, not being able to take advantage. All right, fastest lap of the race by Lewis Hamilton. Max Verstappen has the quickest middle sector, but he has not been able to overtake Lewis Hamilton on track or in terms of fastest laps. So looks like Hamilton has the edge here, and this dirty air is not helping out Max Verstappen whatsoever. And Valtteri Bottas, Valtteri.exe has completely stopped working. He's stuck behind Yuki Tsunoda. What's it called? Lewis Hamilton gets stuck behind Yuki Tsunoda for the majority of the Monaco race. This is what we might see for Valtteri Bottas. All right, so at the start of the race, guys, if I can get an image up, I'm going to show you what happened. But, well, there was chaos because Verstappen dived down the inside and Hamilton cut the corner, so there's going to be some controversy there if someone has to give the position back. There's no investigation necessary. The FIA have just said no investigation necessary between Hamilton and Verstappen. The team radio from Max Verstappen, though, let's just have a listen to this. All right.
Yes, give that back.
Yeah, so Verstappen has said he has to give the position back. FIA have said no investigation necessary. So now Verstappen has a 1.5 second gap to close up to Lewis Hamilton. He only needs another 7/10 to get within DRS range. Once he's got the DRS, that's going to help him out a lot. But we'll have to wait and see if he can actually close that gap up. 55 laps remain of this race, and there's already team radio between the FIA and the stewards. Let's just listen to what he has to say. All right, so what they did was Lewis did cut the corner and gain an advantage, but they told him to give the advantage back. So they told Lewis to slow down, basically. Norris has just overtaken Charles Leclerc, but nevertheless, there's still a massive DRS train forming. And the top three have just checked out. Hamilton, Verstappen, and Perez all just left. And in terms of the strategy battle here, thank you for the donation, Ramanathayan GM. But in terms of the strategy battle between Hamilton, Verstappen, and Perez, it's going to be very, very tough for Mercedes to come out on top when there's 2 Red Bulls versus 1 Mercedes. But it looks like Hamilton does have the pace, another fastest lap of the race from him, 3/10 quicker than Max Verstappen. Verstappen over the radio complaining. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, I've just missed the team radio. But we have team radio from Valtteri Bottas. He's in 8th. Let's listen to what he has to say.
And Lewis is in the lead.
So they were just telling Bottas that Lewis is in the lead. That's literally not relevant to Bottas's race. But anyway, Hamilton once again just pushing as hard as he can. And it looks like he's just pushing that Mercedes to the absolute limit here. 2 seconds he's built on Max Verstappen. So Red Bull are going to have to pull the undercut game here, because what you see, there is no investigation necessary, because what they did was Hamilton, he cut the corner, but that's because he cut the corner when Verstappen was behind him. So Verstappen, what Hamilton did, he gave the advantage back to Max Verstappen. So whatever he had gained from cutting the corner, he gave it back, so there's no investigation necessary there. But it was a great start from Lewis Hamilton. He, in fact, got ahead of Max Verstappen, and even though he was on the slower tyres at the race start, but we know that Max Verstappen, every time Max Verstappen has a bad race start, he goes on to win the race. We've seen this in Austria a couple of times, and in Silverstone as well. Oh, not in Silverstone, but in Austria, definitely. So, Max Verstappen still in with a shot of winning this, and Honda, we know the Honda can just turn their engine up to the absolute limit and just go maximum VTEC. So we'll see what can happen there. It's a 2-second gap already at the front, but we'll see if Verstappen can bring that down. He's on the soft tyres. He'll have to pit probably within 8 or 10 laps. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do there. All right, Vettel has just overtaken Lance Stroll, the 2 Aston Martin teammates swapping positions. And then we have Daniel Ricciardo, who's in 10th place, who's right on the back of Esteban Ocon, looking to make a move, in fact, on the Alpine driver. Lando Norris, his teammate, though, is up in 5th place, so solid job from Lando Norris. He did lose the position to Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez on the race start, but still maintaining a good, solid pace in that McLaren, which isn't quicker than that Ferrari this weekend round, at least. Well, I don't know in terms of the pace there, but so there we go. All right. So five laps into this race now, 53 laps remain. Verstappen set a fastest first sector, so it looks like Verstappen started to pick up the pace here. Green lap from him and a fastest first sector, and Verstappen is catching up to Lewis Hamilton. The gap is falling, but I have a feeling it's going to hover around about 2 seconds because the dirty air is so strong. All right, going through the second sector line, then Hamilton not improving in his second sector. Verstappen is improving in his second sector. So Verstappen still got the pace. We'll see what happens though. Also, guys, there's 4,000 of you watching, so if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. I mean, it'll really help out the channel. And if you haven't hit the subscribe button as well, be sure to do that as well. It's been an absolutely crazy season, and all of you people in the chat, absolutely lovely to see all of the nice messages. But back to the race, 2-second gap between Hamilton and Verstappen. Further down the field, there's not much overtaking going on. There's just DRS trains forming behind Sonoda. Bottas is stuck behind Sonoda, and he's still not been able to make an overtake stick. So the new changes they made to Abu Dhabi, it feels a bit nicer to drive around, but overtaking is a lot harder. We'll just have to see what happens there, though. So Lewis Hamilton, fastest third sector from him. So he's quick in the third sector. The third sector is very much tyre dependent. If your tyres are in good condition, you can do a quick lap in the third sector. Then it's then you know your tyres in good condition. Lance Stroll, in fact, pushed Sebastian Vettel very close to the wall, but Vettel did eventually get past him. It was pretty close racing between the Aston Martins, but it was fair racing nevertheless, and solid driving up there at the front. And the gap at the front, once again, Hamilton, Verstappen, Perez, they've all checked out, and from all of the other drivers, sorry. And Lando Norris is in 5th place. He had an amazing qualifying, but it looked like he out-qualified the car a bit there. There's more communications between the FIA and the Red Bull. Right, so they're having some conversations out at the FIA. The Red Bull are complaining. Let's see what the stewards say. Right, so the stewards are going to stick with their decision. They're not going to change the decision. It is a 28.5 from Lewis Hamilton, another fastest lap of the race. Those medium tyres do not look to be wearing out. Oh yeah, I can't show you that radio because that radio is copyrighted, unfortunately. But I can show you the radio from Esteban Ocon. He is in 9th place behind Valtteri Bottas. So let's play this. Right.
I'm hurting my tires a lot. I have to keep him behind.
Copy that. How's your status?
0.
Copy. He has DRS still.
Right. So Esteban Ocon, he's saying he's wearing his tires out a lot. On those soft tyres. So Verstappen will be doing the exact same. He's stuck behind Lewis Hamilton in that dirty air. So whatever first stint Max Verstappen does, they're going to have to try and pull off an undercut attempt between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton to actually make the overtake happen. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And yeah, I mean, wow. So much action going on. 5,000 people have tuned in. So be sure to hit that like button and subscribe. If we could hit 1,000 likes, that would be lovely. But yeah, cannot wait to see what happens. All right. So then 2.3 seconds is the gap at the front. We are 7 laps into this race now. And well, yeah, let's see what happens. All right. The gap at the front has been extended again, 2.5 seconds. So Hamilton now is sort of pulling away from Max Verstappen, to be honest. Verstappen's tyres will be wearing out because he's on the softs, Hamilton's on the mediums. So they will be coming up to the pit stop window and Verstappen will be trying to do the undercut. The undercut is very powerful around this circuit because we know that there's high tyre wear. So this race could be decided by a pit stop, you know. If there's a slow pit stop for Lewis Hamilton, that could throw away his entire championship. So we'll have to wait and see what happens between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, but gap now 2.5 seconds. And if so let's say Mercedes have like a 5-second pit stop and Red Bull have a 2-second pit stop, all that gap completely gone and Verstappen comes out ahead. So it's going to be interesting. We know Verstappen also has the straight line speed advantage, so Hamilton will not be able to make the overtake if he does get behind him. Well, it'll be very difficult to make the overtake, and we know Verstappen will defend very aggressively. So they could pull off an undercut and get someone else to hold him up. So if Verstappen does pit now, he will come out behind Valtteri Bottas, and that is exactly what they do not want. So Verstappen needs to continue, he needs to go quickly, basically. He needs to go pick up the pace, and then he needs to come out ahead of Valtteri Bottas, because if he comes out behind Valtteri Bottas, it's game over, because Bottas will just drive really slowly and not let Verstappen get past. Verstappen's just come over the radio and said his rears are starting to struggle a bit. So yeah, Verstappen's rear tyres starting to wear out, and the gap has been extended to 2.7 seconds. Hamilton putting another fast lap of the race in. As a championship points, if they stand as they are, if the positions finish as they are, it is 8 points to Lewis Hamilton's favour. All right. So let's go then. All of the gaps have been extended. We don't have a single driver within another second of another driver. So the dirty air is the dirty air is very, very strong here because no one's within DRS range, and we're only 9 laps into this race. So he does extend. Hamilton once again, another fastest lap, fastest first sector. Let's just check the replay on Max Verstappen's tyres. Slight bit of graining, or a slight bit of wear on the inside shoulder of Max Verstappen's tyres. So that is not ideal, but apart from that, his tyres are looking all right, but obviously we don't know how the tyres are feeling. Only Max Verstappen knows what his tyres are feeling like. All right. Verstappen's tyres age is 12 laps, so is Lewis Hamilton's, but we are coming up to the pit stop window now. Hello, Gamer Fabster King. We have 5,000 people watching, and we're coming up to pit stop window. probably 5 more laps and Verstappen will have come into the pits. So hold on to your popcorn, because this race is about to get a whole lot more interesting. And there's a risk, okay, that if Verstappen goes too long on those soft tires, he's going to fall off the cliff, and those tires are going to drop off completely. So there's quite a bit of unknowns with the tires really, and an aggressive undercut could leave the drivers at could give them a massive fall off the cliff basically, and their performance is a lot slower. So we're gonna have to see the drivers won't be allowed to go too aggressive into this race. We have Fernando Alonso's team radio. He's in 11th place, hasn't really improved from the start of this race. Let's see what he has to say.
Tyre temps are stabilising now. When you can you update your dry switch, please?
Right. So Max Verstappen is... Fernando Alonso, is doing all right. His tyres are doing okay. Lewis Hamilton extended that advantage again, another fastest lap of the race, and now he's gone 4.2 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. It's 4.2 second gaps. That's a very big advantage indeed. And we're gonna have to see something crazy will have to happen if Max Verstappen is to regain the advantage off Lewis Hamilton here. So Hamilton got the race start, and then he has held that from lap number 1 and never looked back really. Leclerc has got within DRS range of Lando Norris, and then Russell has overtaken Mick Schumacher at the start. He's just overtaken Mick Schumacher, but Leclerc has got DRS on Lando Norris. We'll see if he can make the overtake, but it looks like very much stalemate at this circuit here, because no one can seem to pull off any sort of overtake. Gap once again extended to 4.6 seconds between Hamilton and Verstappen. So the gap is just getting bigger and bigger. The time lost within the pit stops 23 seconds. So if Hamilton does pit, he will come out behind Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc, which will not be ideal. So he'll have to pick up the pace, and maybe in about 10 or so more laps he will have to come into the pits as well. Max Verstappen will be looking to come into the pits now, but if he does pit, he'll be very close to coming out behind Lando Norris, behind Valtteri Bottas, and if that happens, that's game over. So Red Bull needs to pick up the pace a tiny little bit and make sure that Verstappen comes out ahead of Bottas. Otherwise, it's going to be it's not going to work in Red Bull's favour for the championship today. We have team radio from Lewis Hamilton. Let's see what he has to say.
These are great laps, Lewis. Just keep it up. Just keep the pressure on.
Okay, so Lewis Hamilton has said that, Pete Bonington, Lewis Hamilton's engineer, has just said it's great laps from Lewis Hamilton, and the gap now 5 seconds. So Hamilton very much checked out of this race already, but now the strategy battles will be coming in. We could see a 2-stop strategy from the Red Bull, and go aggressive to try and overtake Lewis Hamilton, but it's going to be very difficult because we know overtaking is so hard around the circuit. Verstappen's just come over the radio, said my rear tyres are really struggling, and we can see that in terms of the pace. 6 seconds is the gap now between Verstappen and Hamilton. Hamilton has literally left Verstappen in so far back. It's going to be very tough indeed. But if Verstappen pits now, he will come out ahead of Valtteri Bottas. So we'll probably see Verstappen come into the pits very, very soon, maybe in the next lap or the lap after that. I think what we're going to see is Sergio Perez stay out on track and then hold up Lewis Hamilton, because that's the only way they're going to be able to block Lewis Hamilton, because his pace is absolutely unstoppable today. Verstappen's going to have to pit soon, and it is hammer time at Mercedes, and it is turning up that VTEC at Red Bull. 6 seconds now, the gap. The gap is literally going up by a second a lap here. These two drivers, Verstappen has just got no pace whatsoever on these hard tyres. So I expect him to be coming into the pits very, very soon. If he doesn't, then Red Bull, I don't know what you're doing with your strategy, because either you're playing 4D chess or you're really stupid. So the pit stop window is now open for the softs, and Verstappen pits. All right, Verstappen has come into the pits now, 13 laps into the race. The soft tyres have worn out. Verstappen's into the pits. We'll see if he gets a quick pit stop, but Valtteri Bottas still stuck behind Yuki Tsunoda. This is critical now. Verstappen comes out ahead of Valtteri Bottas, because if he does not, then it is very much game over for him. So Here we go. Carlos Sainz comes past him. So does Lando Norris. So does Charles Leclerc. So does Yuki Tsunoda. And here comes Max Verstappen. Verstappen comes out way ahead of Valtteri Bottas. He's just behind Lando Norris, in fact. So Verstappen now in the traffic of Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz. So it'll be... Okay, so Lando Norris has got a bit of an issue. He's losing gears. Lando Norris is losing gear sync in his gearbox, so he's not being able to select the gears properly. So that's not going to be ideal for Lando Norris. So make the overtake for Max Verstappen relatively easy. And there it is. Verstappen goes down the inside into turn number 6. Solid move there from Verstappen, already ahead of Lando Norris. He's just got to chase down Carlos Sainz, and then it'll just be... a strategy battle between Verstappen and Hamilton. And Hamilton has got so much pace. He's still setting fastest first sectors. So he now comes... Verstappen, fastest middle sector. So quick middle sector from him. He got a toe off Lando Norris, of course. Hamilton is boxed as well. Hamilton boxes, and he is now coming out behind... he is also going to come out as well. So Perez is now leading this race with Lewis Hamilton, who is boxed and will come out. Let's see how much time he loses compared to Max Verstappen. So before they pitted, the gap was around about 6 seconds. Verstappen now just behind Carlos Sainz. And the gap between the two drivers now is around about... let's see what it is. Well, Hamilton still has to come out the pits properly. So the gap has stabilized at around about 4 seconds. So the gap, Hamilton gained, Verstappen gained 2 seconds, through that pit stop. But 44 laps remaining on these hard tyres. It's going to be very tough indeed if Verstappen is going to win this race. 44 laps remain. And it's Lewis Hamilton, number 44, in the net lead of this race. Sergio Perez is in first, still out on those soft tyres. He's probably going to be coming into pits very, very soon. We know he's good at managing tyres, but how long can he actually realistically go? Sainz is losing pace compared to Verstappen. Verstappen is catching up at a rate of knots. 2.1 seconds is the gap. Next lap, I expect an overtake from Verstappen, but... Hamilton still has the net lead of this race by 5 seconds now. And this is just going to get... This is going to be an uphill battle for Max Verstappen now. It was all decided by the race start. Verstappen got ahead. Verstappen got behind and Hamilton got ahead. And this is going to be very tough indeed. 6,000 people watching. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. All right. Yeah, Lewis did pit. Yeah. All right, Sonoda's made the overtake on Leclerc. So Sonoda has been able to overtake Charles Leclerc, but Valtteri Bottas hasn't been able to overtake Yuki Tsunoda or Charles Leclerc. Okay, well, in fact, Charles Leclerc has gone into pit, so that's why Bottas has made the overtake. But, yeah, Bottas very much struggling in this race today. Verstappen now coming down into sector 2, 1.3 seconds behind Carlos Sainz, and he will be looking to make the overtake very, very soon. We have George Russell, who's in 18th place. Let's see what he has to say.
Give me feedback on tyres and balance when you can.
Balance is a bit all over the place. Bit oversteer high speed, bit oversteer low speed. Tyres feel like 8 overall though.
Yeah, so Russell kind of struggling his car, understeering, oversteering at the wrong time, basically. And he's now in 17th place, so it doesn't look like Russell will be able to score any points here. 43 laps remain of this race, and Lewis Hamilton is maintaining that second place. Verstappen now looks to be able to overtake Carlos Sainz. 6/10 is the gap between himself and Sainz. And we'll be seeing either Sainz coming into the pits very, very soon or Verstappen coming into the pits. But this is it then. Carlos Sainz now, does he come into the pits or does Verstappen make the overtake? Hamilton, another fast lap of the race on the hard tyres. Hamilton is setting fastest lap of the race on the hard tyres. Absolutely insane from Lewis Hamilton. That pace that he's got is just absolutely crazy. And yeah, cannot believe it, really. But nevertheless, Max Verstappen is charging on now. He's got the DRS range on Carlos Sainz. He'll be making that move into turn number 5. And what a race, really. 42 laps remain now. No one is within DRS range on the entire lap except for Charles Leclerc or Nicolas Latifi. So that should be a relatively easy move for him. Verstappen, though, not being able to overtake Carlos Sainz, now going down onto second back straight. He has the slipstream and the DRS. 5/10 is the gap between himself and Sainz. And Verstappen, in fact, not being able to make the overtake stick. So Verstappen now stuck behind Carlos Sainz while Lewis Hamilton is extending the advantage out in front. Not ideal for Max Verstappen whatsoever. I don't know why Carlos Sainz is holding up Max Verstappen, if he is holding him up, but nevertheless, not ideal whatsoever. All right. Perez is at the front. Oh, it looks like the gap between Perez and Hamilton is 6.6 seconds. So we could see Sergio Perez coming to slow down Lewis Hamilton here. We have team radio from Valtteri Bottas. He is in 7th place, not still stuck behind Yuki Sonoda. Let's see what Bottas has to say.
So when you get DRS from Sonoda, you're going to have 25 kilometers advantage.
Right, yeah, so 25 kilometer advantage from the DRS. And Norris has just come into the pits now, and then Sainz once again now going into start-finish straight. We have Sainz versus Verstappen, and going down the straight. Then Verstappen now 7/10 behind him. He has the slipstream, he has the DRS, but can he make the overtake into turn number 6? This is the second longest straight on the entire F1 calendar. He is side by side, but still, once again, does not make the overtake on Carlos Sainz. So Sainz defending rather hard against Max Verstappen for no apparent reason, but Verstappen has finally got the overtake done on Sainz. So there we go. Verstappen now up into 3rd, and the gap has been extended. He got stuck behind Carlos Sainz for 2 seconds there. So the gap was 6 seconds before the pit stops, and now it is 8 seconds. So Max Verstappen has to catch up by 8 seconds to Lewis Hamilton, who is now setting fastest laps of the race in the race. Yeah, I mean, fast laps of the race on the hard tyres. That is absolutely insane, really. And yeah, cannot wait to see what will happen there. All right. Let's see now. Fernando Alonso right on the back of Daniel Ricciardo. Ricciardo have really struggling this weekend, not matching Lando Norris' pace whatsoever, and he is just falling off and off. Yeah, I mean, Lando Norris has pitted, and that's why he's in 7th place. And Daniel Ricciardo is still yet to pit. He's in 8th, so not ideal for the McLaren pair there. Perez is once again now 2.8 seconds, so Perez will be slowing down. Perez will be slowing down now to hold up Lewis Hamilton, but I don't know how much he'll be able to hold him up. 8 seconds is the gap. I mean, Verstappen will have to get a proper move on if he's going to get to the end of this race on those tyres. I mean, well, if he's trying to try and overtake Lewis Hamilton for this race. So Perez, the gap between Perez and Hamilton, 2.2 seconds is the gap. And it's coming down rapidly. So Perez will do his utmost best to hold off Lewis Hamilton, but we'll have to see who can actually make the overtake. And yeah, there we go then. Yeah, Ricciardo's just pit and he's now down into 17th place. So yeah, Norris in 12th and Ricciardo in 17th. Not ideal for the McLaren pair. And looks like 3rd place is very much out the window for McLaren in the constructors. So Sergio Perez now, he's done 21 laps on those soft tyres, 22 now. And Hamilton is right behind him, and now it's Perez's job to hold up Lewis Hamilton for as much as he possibly can. This is it, 6/10 is the gap, 4/10 is the gap. Is Hamilton even going to make the move before the straight even starts? This is absolutely insane. Hamilton has just got so much more pace than Sergio Perez. Checo, yeah, all the Verstappen fans just want Perez to now take out Lewis Hamilton. And Perez has been given the information to hold up Lewis Hamilton, and the gap between Perez and Hamilton is 1/10 of a second, and Hamilton is already overtaking him. Perez will attempt to overtake him back, and let's see if Perez can do any sort of job. They're side by side going down the back straight and into turn number 4. Hamilton has the DRS. He has the top speed advantage, and turn number 9 now. Hamilton Does he maintain the lead over Sergio Perez? No, he does not. Perez dives down the inside and stays ahead of Lewis Hamilton. So that is half a second that Perez has helped for Max Verstappen there. He's held up Lewis Hamilton for half a second. Perez will be going very, very slowly indeed to let Max Verstappen catch up. The gap now dropped by a second. Perez is doing an amazing job here. The gap dropped by 1.5 seconds. Perez holding up Lewis Hamilton so much. 0.2 this time. Gap being closed up by 2 seconds now. What a defense from Sergio Perez. I mean, every single corner he slows down, the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen drops more and more. Solid defensive job from Sergio Perez. Perez is the GOAT. So now going into turn number 5, Hamilton has the slipstream. Now, will he make the move early so he does not have DRS range, or will he hold off and get the DRS range? Gap has dropped from 8 seconds all the way down to 2.5 seconds. Checo Perez has brought the gap down by 4.5 seconds. What a defense from Sergio Perez. I mean, that is so crazy. Verstappen now 1 second behind. Verstappen's going to get DRS going down the next straight. Hamilton's got the DRS. What a defensive maneuver from Sergio Perez. He's holding up Lewis Hamilton so much. Now going down the straight, is Perez going to send another move down the inside? Let's see, coming onto the second back straight now, Sergio Perez side by side with Lewis Hamilton, and the gap has fell off now. So Perez has done his job. The gap between Hamilton and Verstappen is 1.4 seconds. Perez will give the position very easily to Max Verstappen, and there they go into turn number 9. Perez loses the position to Max Verstappen, and it's game on. 1.2 seconds between Hamilton and Verstappen. Solid job from Sergio Perez holding up Lewis Hamilton there. And Hamilton now coming down into the third sector. Verstappen has it all to do. His teammate has done everything that he can, and it's now 1.5 seconds is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, and it's all for Verstappen to do now. He's just got to make that overtake stick, and it will be game on for Hamilton versus Verstappen. 1.7 seconds, and the 37 laps remain of this race. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed as well, be sure to do that. If we could hit 25k subs, that would be insane. But if we could hit 21k, that would be pretty expected. So 22k would be epic. Right. Anyway, back to the race. Perez has boxed Hamilton, and the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen is 2 seconds. Hamilton looks to have the early advantage in terms of pace, but his tyres will be overheating because Perez blocked him so much. So next now, Hamilton, Verstappen gap 1.8 seconds. Perez comes out in 5th. He's sacrificed his race completely, but Max has just come over the radio and said Checo is a legend. So this is it now. Hamilton versus Verstappen, 1.2 seconds is the gap. Sonoda's in 3rd. He hasn't pitted yet. Bottas hasn't pit either. So those drivers yet to pit. Kimi, Raikkonen and Stroll into the pits as well. But Hamilton versus Verstappen, 1.7 seconds is the gap. Now Verstappen will have to force Hamilton into a mistake, and then get that DRS range and pull off an overtake there. All right. But solid defense there from Sergio Perez. You guys are going to need to watch the replay after that, but what a drive it has been. Sergio Perez did an amazing defensive job, but the thing is, Verstappen is not capitalizing whatsoever. Verstappen is 2 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton, and the pace is not helping. I mean, he's falling off the back of Lewis Hamilton now. So it's going to be very tough indeed for Verstappen to actually make the overtake because the dirty air is so strong. And here we go, fastest first sector for Lewis Hamilton. So Verstappen now, 2.2 seconds is the gap, and that's going up more and more. It's not looking ideal for him. Let's listen to what Max Verstappen has to say.
Oh, Checo is a legend. Absolute animal.
Yeah, so yeah, Checo is a legend. Absolutely goated, all right. But Verstappen still has to make that overtake, so we'll have to wait and see if he can do that. 2.4 seconds is the gap. Hamilton is running away with this, and it's absolutely insane to see this. So yeah, I mean, I can't even believe it. What a defense from Sergio Perez, but Verstappen not doing anything to actually capitalize on that. 2.4 seconds is the gap, and that gap is only going up and up, so Verstappen needs to catch him up. All right. So 36 laps remain of this race, and Hamilton looks like he's wearing those tyres out very quickly indeed. There could be a potential thing where Hamilton goes for a 2-stop and Verstappen stays out for the 1-stop. That'll be interesting because if that does happen, then that could very much screw up. That could happen because Hamilton is pushing so hard on those tyres. He's setting so many fastest laps. There could be a potential that Mercedes are going for the 2-stop strategy, whereas Red Bull are going for the 1-stop. We'll have to wait and see, though. 35 laps remain of this race. We have team radio from Sergio Perez. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Did we lose position?
Negative.
So I don't know what exactly they were talking about, but Bottas has finally made the overtake on Sonoda, and the only reason he's made the overtake is because Sonoda pit. So Bottas has been stuck behind Sonoda for so long, and the only reason he got past because Sonoda came into the pits. Verstappen and Hamilton, both of the drivers have tyres around about 10 laps old now, but nevertheless, it's going to be tough for Verstappen to close that gap up. It's 2.7 seconds now. And Hamilton is putting fastest lap in after fastest lap after fastest lap. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see if it's definitely a 2-stopper. It's a 58 lap race. We've had one pit stop already. We have a red flag. Why do we have a red flag? Is this an actual red flag? Or is this the website glitching? Oh no, it's not a red flag. It's not a red flag. That was a false alarm. Because we don't have a red flag. No. Okay. The site just glitched. It went into red flag for some reason. But we're back to green. We're back to racing. And Sonoda is dropped down into 6th place. So he was up in 3rd place. He's down into 10th now. He's lost 7 positions through that pit stop. Yeah. Bit of a heart attack. Whoopsie daisies. 2.7 seconds is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen. And Hamilton's best lap is half a second quicker than Verstappen's best lap. We have more team radio from Sergio Perez. Let's see what he has to say.
So we're going to the end. We're looking what we can do to help Max. So consider plan A for now. Consider plan A for now. Let's push on.
Right, so well, yeah, the basic Red Bull once again just saying, what can we do to help out Max Verstappen? So they're going plan A. So now if Hamilton does come into the pits, he will come out 6 seconds ahead of Sergio Perez. So Perez, ideally, in an ideal world, will have to close up that gap. So when Hamilton does eventually pit, well, if he pits for a second stop, then Perez will come out and block Lewis Hamilton. So that's what Mercedes want him to do. I mean, what Red Bull want him to do. Sorry, but the tyre wear, between Hamilton and Verstappen. Both drivers have 11-lap-old hard tyres, and the gaps have been extended to 3 seconds now, and Perez setting fastest first sectors. So there we go. All right. George Russell has just lost the position to Antonio Giovinazzi going down the back straight. So Giovinazzi making a move in his final Formula One race if he does not return. For his final Formula One race for this season, of course. And it looks like that he will be out of Formula One for the rest of the season. Oh, okay. So it looks like we actually have a yellow flag here. So we have a yellow flag, right? I need to change that. But I will let you know why we have yellow flags, and we could potentially see a safety car. But look, who is going slowly? We might have a bollard on the track or something, but we have yellow flag conditions. 3.2 seconds is the gap. Doesn't look like anyone's going slow. Well, Daniel Ricciardo looks like he's going a bit slowly, but that just looks like the map in general, right? I'll let you know why we have a red flag a yellow flag, Kimi. Kimi Raikkonen. Yeah, Kimi Raikkonen's going slowly. Oh, we're back to green flag running, so right. I'll let you know why we had that red flag, but Kimi was going slightly slowly. I don't know where he is now on track, but Kimi Raikkonen has been lapped. Oh, that's what it is. But that's not what the cause of the red flag is, so that's a bit odd. So not the red flag. Why am I saying red flag? Yellow flag. Kimi spun. All right. Okay. Mercedes now... I can't tell you exactly what the radio is, but Mercedes just having their little conversations with the FIA talking about Perez blocking Hamilton, because obviously Perez did an amazing job to slow up Lewis Hamilton so much. Just put the car in the right place at the right time, and and then Verstappen closed up so much. Kimi spun, and he is down in 19th place now. So there we go. Lewis Hamilton now still maintaining that lead of the race. 3.6 seconds is the gap. We may see him go for the two-stop strategy. We'll have to wait and see. If he does pit, though, he will still come out. He'll come out just behind Valtteri Bottas. So, yeah, that won't be very difficult for him to make the overtake because Bottas will just let him drive past him. So Verstappen now 3.7 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton. This is an uphill battle. We're approaching the halfway point of the race now. And yeah, Kimi Raikkonen, he just had a spin coming into turn number 5. So that was the reason for the yellow flag. Kimi, you should have brought out the safety car, not gonna lie. But we have tape radio from him.
Something broke. I don't know what's happened.
Okay, stop.
I don't know what happened.
Okay, can't see anything so far. Keep going.
Like when I tried to break down into 5 and then exit, I had like really weird. I don't know what the hell happened.
Okay, stand by, keep going.
Now it feels okay.
Okay, we stay out.
Kimi Raikkonen is retiring from his final Formula 1 race. It is brake failure for Kimi Raikkonen. Can we all get an F in the chat for Kimi Raikkonen? And just as his final Formula 1 race, we do have a giveaway running, 10 Kimi Raikkonen caps. If you want to enter the giveaway, then click on follow me on Instagram and Twitter. That is all, that enters you into the giveaway. It's F1_gamer_5. And that's the giveaway for Kimi Raikkonen's cap. And yeah, if you want to check out the Kimi Raikkonen limited edition merch, it's code0racing.com, and it's very high quality merch, of course. But unfortunate there for Kimi Raikkonen. And George Russell's looks like he's having bits of issues as well. So there we go. Guys, I can see that you've typed F in the chat, but like we can sort of chill with the amount of Fs there because I've seen loads of people spamming. But anyway, we have George Russell. He is going slowly as well. He's having issues with his car. Let's see what he has to say.
Lost drive. Yep. Game over.
George Russell has lost drive. So George Russell is out of this race, and that is that. All right, then. So George Russell and Kimi Raikkonen, the two retirees of this race. And I'm fully expecting Kimi Raikkonen to just walk out of the garage and go straight over to his yacht. But we'll wait and see what happens there. Oh, no, he's still in his garage with his engineers. But if it was young Kimi, then we would have seen Kimi just go straight over to his engineers, straight over to his yacht. Like he did in Monaco. But back to the gap at the front. We have a 4-second gap between Hamilton and Verstappen with 30 laps left to go. So there we are. All right. Also, Rickus and Game of Fabshi King and Kiez, thank you for being great mods. Do appreciate it. All right, Bottas will have to pit very, very soon. Yeah, he started the race on those mediums. He's done 28 laps on the medium, so solid stint that he's got there. But nevertheless, it's going to be pretty tough for him to make it to the end on those tires. So he's gonna have to pit in a couple of laps time now. Lewis Hamilton, another fastest lap of the race, and the gap has gone up to 4 seconds. So all the hard work that Sergio Perez did to defend has all been undone now, and Max Verstappen is 4.2 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton. So here we go then. So here we are then. 4.2 seconds is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen. Also, guys, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, then be sure to do that as well. What do I use to stream? I use Streamlabs OBS to stream. So go ahead and, that's what I use to stream. But anyway, back up at the front, Hamilton's pace is looking very, very quick again. Another fastest first sector from Lewis Hamilton, and he is still lapping and putting in fastest laps of the race. So he is 8 points ahead of Max Verstappen in the championship battle here. So Verstappen is going to have to do something and something quick if he does want to make that overtake on Lewis Hamilton. It's another, fastest sectors, fastest laps. Hamilton now coming up on Mick Schumacher as traffic. So is Mick Schumacher going to take out Lewis Hamilton? Because if Hamilton gets the race win today, then that will break Michael Schumacher's record. So is Mick Schumacher going to take out Lewis Hamilton just for the absolute lulz, so his dad's record doesn't get beaten? That would be pretty crazy if that did happen. I've just seen a couple of memes about that. But back to the race, we have Valtteri Bottas in third place, and we have team radio from him.
So one more lap, everything you got.
Yep, so doing one more lap, everything he got, and that's what he's exactly done. And now he's just come into the pits, has Valtteri Bottas. So 20 seconds. All right, so Bottas has come into the pits. He will probably come out in 9th or 10th place. And then now we have our top three, Hamilton, Verstappen, and Perez. And this is it then. 28 laps remain of this race. 4.2 seconds is the gap. This is the first time, in fact, the gap is reduced between Hamilton and Verstappen. Verstappen is closed up by 1/10 of a second. So is that a sign of things to come in the future, or is that the sign of just a little mistake from Lewis Hamilton? We'll have to wait and see. 28 laps remain of this race, and the drivers have done, how many laps have they done on these hard tyres? So Hamilton and Verstappen have already done 17 laps on these hard tyres. So 17 laps is a pretty long stint. And if they have 18 laps left to go, that's going to mean they're going to do 45 laps on those hard tyres, which is ridiculous. So we could be seeing a two-stop race. We'll have to wait and see, though. 27 laps remain, and we could see a two-stop strategy. And if there is a two-stop strategy, there is another... well, let's look at this. Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly, they've done 31 laps on their hard tyres. So if they pit now because their tyres have worn out too much, then there is a chance that Verstappen and Hamilton would pit. So we'll have to decide and see when Alonso and Gasly pit, because these guys are starting on the hard, so they have the most wear and tear, and they'll know what's the correct time to pit and what's the correct time not to. All right, so that's something to watch out for. Do let me know in the chat when Alonso and Gasly pit, because that's going to be important to know if we're going to get a two-stop race or a one-stop race. But it's a 5-second gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, and this is it now. So Hamilton has lapped Mick Schumacher, and so has Max Verstappen. So Mick Schumacher has fell off, and he has not taken out Lewis Hamilton. But it's a bit of an anticlimactic race, really, because Red Bull are slightly off the pace. With 27 laps to go, though, we never know what could happen here. We have Bottas now making the move on Leclerc, going down the back straight. And if there could be one safety car, one driver puts another driver into the wall, like an unsafe entry or something back onto the track, and we could see a red flag. Or no, not a red flag, a safety car. There is no safety car just yet, though. 5.1 seconds is the gap between Verstappen and Hamilton. We have team radio from Fernando Alonso. He's currently in 4th place. Let's see what he has to say.
I mean, the car is much better now than at the beginning of the race. Maybe the extra air balance is helping.
Yeah, copy. We're planning an extra turn as well for the next compound.
Okay, so Fernando Alonso is saying Alpine are saying they're planning to change up some of the settings on their next compound. So that could mean they're going to come and pit soon. So we'll have to see. Fernando Alonso is the only hard tyre runner, so we'll have to wait and see if that happens there. But the gap now 5 seconds once again, and Hamilton fastest first sector, fastest lap again. Hamilton is just saying fastest lap after fastest lap. Charles Leclerc, Valtteri Bottas having another battle there. Quickest middle sector from Valtteri Bottas because he got a massive toe off Leclerc, but hasn't been able to make the overtake stick. Has the fin. So Pierre Gasly, he started the race in 12th, now up into 5th place. He's still yet to pit. So Alonso and Gasly, the only two drivers yet to pit. Hamilton has come over the radio and said, if we were to stop under the safety car, would you prefer the medium or the hard? Both tyres feel good, this one too. If they're talking about safety car conditions now, because if there is a safety car, you lose 17 seconds in the pits. So if Hamilton was to pit under the safety car, he would still come out ahead of Sergio Perez, which wouldn't be ideal really, because Hamilton in an ideal world, in Red Bull's ideal world, they'd want Perez to come out ahead of Hamilton and then just block him. But we'll have to wait and see. 8,000 of you watching. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that as well. Hamilton now fastest second sector from him, and he is just pulling away from Max Verstappen very, very quickly indeed. All right, guys, I think you could be able to vote for Drive of the Day very, very soon. It will be F1. It'll be f1.com/vote, I'm pretty sure. So go ahead and vote Kimi Raikkonen for Driver of the Day. So, go ahead and vote Kimi Raikkonen, because we want to see Kimi Raikkonen. Well, actually, Kimi Raikkonen won't get an interview because he's retired from the race. But nevertheless, we all want Kimi Raikkonen to be Driver of the Day. So go ahead and vote Kimi Raikkonen. And we now have gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, 5.5 seconds, and Bottas finally overtaken Charles Leclerc, but Leclerc will fight this back going into turn number 9. He's got the slipstream, got the toe, but does not make the overtake stick. So Bottas got ahead of Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez has set the fastest third sector. So I don't know how Perez is setting the fastest third sector and Verstappen is setting the fastest, and Verstappen isn't. But Perez is definitely lapping very quickly. He's got the fresher tyres compared to Verstappen, and gap once again has been extended from 5 seconds to 5.7 seconds at the front. Verstappen's clawed back a couple of tenths, but the issue is that Red Bull are just... Red Bull need to come up with a plan B, and they need to come up with it quickly. Otherwise, it looks like Hamilton will win the championship. 24 laps remain of this race, and 24 laps remain of this season as well. Hamilton sets another fastest lap of the race, and he really isn't having any of it. He is just... I think we've had 34 laps of racing today, and Hamilton has probably set about 20 fastest laps, so that's like more than half the laps that Hamilton has set fastest laps. So very quick indeed from Lewis Hamilton today, and we'll see if he does go into a two-stop strategy. Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly still doing 35 lap stints on those hard tyres, and it looks like we've got another retiree. I think it's Antonio Giovinazzi who's going... Antonio Giovinazzi was just letting Max Verstappen by, so that's all right. Giovinazzi is going slowly, I think. Giovinazzi is going slowly. So Giovinazzi, both Alphas having issues, and it looks like both of the Alphas will be retiring in today's race. So very unfortunate. Oh, virtual safety car. All right. This could spice things up. Right. So if Verstappen pits under the virtual safety car, that's not going to help him out. If Hamilton pits under the virtual safety car, he'll come out behind Verstappen. Is anyone going to pit under the virtual safety car? We have Antonio Giovinazzi's car just on track now. Are they going to bring out the full safety car, or is it going to be the virtual safety car? Leclerc's coming to the pits under the virtual safety car. That's going to help him out a lot. 23 laps remain of this race. And the gap... we're under virtual safety car conditions, so the gap doesn't matter, but... this is going to help the hard tyre runners get to the end of this race. So it's going to work in Mercedes' favour. So they don't have to go for the two-stop race. But Giovinazzi has stopped. There's no more shifting. And both Alfa Romeos have been retired from today's race. We have team radio from Carlos Sainz. Let's see what he has to say.
I mean, in a two-stop, there's no way you beat these two guys in front of me.
Yeah, if Gasly and Alonso come in under the virtual safety car, these guys are going to have a very... that's going to help them out a lot. Coming in under the virtual safety car. So we'll see what happens there. Alonso and Gazzy will be very much coming into pits. We have no... Doesn't look like... Oh, Verstappen came into the pits. Okay, interesting. Verstappen came into the pits. So what tyres will Verstappen come out on? Right, this is it then. 22 laps remain. Gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, 22 seconds. So this is 1 second per lap, and Verstappen has the fresh set of hard tyres. All right, this is it then. This isn't a desperate move or anything, so I just have to point this out, guys. Because Verstappen couldn't actually close up in terms of pace on Lewis Hamilton, there was no way he could have done it. He had to try a different strategy out, because there's no point just sitting behind the other driver and trying to overtake when your car is slower. So Red Bull have done the alternate strategy, and this is it. 22 laps remain of this race, and the gap between Verstappen and Hamilton is 22 seconds. So every single lap, Verstappen has to gain 1 second. We know Verstappen has the pace in qualifying. His car is very quick in quali, and when Verstappen is pushing. So this is it then. Once the race resumes, we'll be looking at the deltas, and we'll be seeing who will come in and who will lead this race. All right. Verstappen was told over the radio to do whatever Hamilton didn't do. Perez has also come into the pit, so both Red Bulls come in for a fresh set of hard tyres. We're still under virtual safety car conditions, and I really wish if they could just put the safety car out now, so it'll be safety car and Hamilton and Verstappen. That will be absolutely amazing. But we've almost got 10,000 people watching. Everyone that's tuned in, thank you so much. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. We're back to green flag running now. All right, so virtual safety car is in. We're back to green flag racing. And you're right, let's go then. All right, so the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, 17 seconds, 21 laps remain now. Virtual safety car is in, and this is it now. 21 laps and a straight fight. We've seen this play out. If you watch my video, the first video in the description, we've seen this in France. So Red Bull went for the two-stop strategy and came out ahead of Mercedes. We've seen this in Spain, where Mercedes went for the two-stop strategy and came out in front of the Red Bulls. So this is what Red Bull have done. They've gone for the two-stop. Max Verstappen now can push for 21 laps straight on these fresh set of hard tires. 16 seconds is the gap, and I'll be updating you on all of the tires and the deltas. And let's see then. All right, so fastest middle sector from Max Verstappen right off the bat. So Verstappen, fastest middle sector immediately, 2/10 quicker than Hamilton in the middle sector alone. All right, so 21 laps remain, and this is it then. Max Verstappen versus Lewis Hamilton coming into the final race of the season. 20 laps remain, the final third of this race. And this is going to be epic, because I sense a final lap overtake. Hamilton fastest third sector, so Hamilton still has tire life left in his hard tires, but they could hit a cliff. They could explode with these harsh curbs that we've got here. We've got the same curbs that we had in Qatar, and these curbs in Qatar, they exploded 3 tires with 3 tire failures in Qatar. So if Hamilton pushes too hard on those tires, we could see a tire failure. All right, so this is it. 20 laps left. 16 seconds is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen. Verstappen has set a fastest lap of the race. Another fastest first sector for Max Verstappen. And the gap is coming down, and it's coming down quickly. We have team radio from Lewis Hamilton. Let's see what he has to say.
So the gap to Verstappen now, 17.9 seconds.
How's it 17? How's he not lost 21 seconds?
VSC, Lewis.
You're going to be in trouble. That just helps you.
Lewis has just asked over the radio, are we going to be in trouble? And Mercedes didn't reply. It's not looking good, is it? Mercedes just didn't reply. They just closed off the radio. So pretty interesting there. 20 laps remain. Gap 16 seconds. Verstappen fastest lap of the race. All right. So this is it then. Coming down all the way, we've been racing over 5,000 kilometers all around the world, and it's all coming down to this race. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so, because this race is going to go down to the wire. If we could hit 2.5k likes, that would be absolutely crazy. Verstappen now fastest second sector as well, crosses the start finish line. What's his third sector time? It is another it's not a personal best, but he still sets another fastest lap of the race. So Verstappen is on fire. Gap went from 16.2 seconds to 15.6. So that pace is Verstappen has fresher tires, faster pace, and the gap between pace is only going to get bigger. All right. Also, guys, because I'm a Max supporter, I'm going to play Super Max for about 10 seconds, just so Max Verstappen, like, just for that little boost, and then I'll get back to the commentary. So, right, where is it? Here we go. All right, we're back to the race now. So, Max Verstappen, he's closed that gap down from 15 seconds now to 15.5 seconds. Whoops. Right, so we're back to the dramatic music. I'm going to turn the dramatic music slightly up there, but this is it now. 15.50. The gap now down to 15 seconds exactly. So he's gained half a second in half a lap. So this is exactly the kind of pace that Verstappen needs. But if we calculate the times that Verstappen and Hamilton are doing, Hamilton and Verstappen, they're going to catch up to each other, and they're going to catch up to each other in traffic. Hamilton will have traffic from lap cars, so that's going to help Verstappen so much. Gap down to 14.7 seconds, fastest first sector from Max Verstappen. All right, let's see then. On the previous lap, Verstappen was 0.8 quicker. Hamilton has said, I won't be able to keep this pace up for the whole way. Hamilton has just come over the radio and has said, I won't be able to keep the pace for the whole way. So this could actually come down to the final lap. Hamilton, right, let's listen to his radio. If this is the same message, let's see.
Bit of a risk leave me out, no?
Yeah, the potential to lose track position, lose too high.
Right, so they've said that the risk to leave Lewis Hamilton out was too high, so they kept him out. To bring Hamilton in was too high. So now it's gap now 14.8 seconds, and then Verstappen does not improve in the middle sector, but the middle sector is just a straight really. So it's 3 corners in a straight, so it's not really much of a sector. Now going through the middle sector, Verstappen will be pushing to the absolute limit. Let's see if he can set another fastest lap. The vote for driver of the day is open. Is f1.com/vote. I'd like all of you guys to go vote Kimi Raikkonen for driver of the day. We've got Max Verstappen here, team radio from him. Let's see what he has to say.
Still 19 laps to go. 19. Okay, that last lap was 7/10. Lewis's tyres 26 laps old.
Yeah, and we now have team radio from Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, copy Lewis. Yeah, we should both be on a dead curve though.
Okay, so Lewis Hamilton is saying that he won't be able to keep his pace up till the end of the race, and Verstappen is saying, and then Mercedes' engineer said Verstappen's tyres will also be wearing out towards the end of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see what actually happens. Another fastest first sector for Max Verstappen, and he has now closed the gap up to 14.2, and he has taken 4/10 out of Lewis Hamilton's tyres. Lewis Hamilton's lap time this lap. So Hamilton's tyres are degrading, but they're 28 laps old. So there will be a time where Lewis Hamilton does hit his like cliff, and we know that after Lewis Hamilton does 35 laps on those tyres, it'll be uncharted territory really, because no one has done 35 laps on those hard tyres. No one has done more than 35 laps. Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly did 35 laps, but then after that, no one else has done any more. So there could be tyre failures on the horizon. The pace could completely fall off. Anything could happen. 16 laps left to go. Gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, 14.0 seconds. All right. All right, so this is it then. Perez still in third place. He's ahead of Carlos Sainz. It looks like a sealed deal for Sergio Perez in third place. And there's nothing Perez can do to help out against Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. So it's just a straight fight between the two title rivals now. It looks like Hamilton's picked up the pace. He's only 2/10 slower in the first sector. So Hamilton doing all he can to go quick. And Verstappen now will be getting a bit of a tow from Stroll and Vettel ahead of him. He has the quickest middle sector as well. He's 2/10 quicker in the middle sector is Lewis Hamilton, sorry. So Hamilton's 2/10 quicker in the middle sector. So Hamilton still has tyre life, but we don't know if he'll be able to get till the end of this race. Hamilton on all tyres with track position. Verstappen on newer tyres, but having to actually make an overtake stick. Both these two drivers, we know they're absolutely amazing at managing tyres. But this is it. The championship is at stake with 15 laps left to go. Will the gap come down? It's stabilized at 14 seconds, and we need that gap to be coming down ASAP. So Verstappen needs to be pushing to the absolute limit, and looks like Hamilton tyres will be wearing out anytime soon. All right then, so Bottas now behind Lando Norris. He'll be making that move very, very quickly onto the back straight, but gap at the front down to 13.9 seconds. It's not coming down quick enough for Max Verstappen by the looks of it. Verstappen really does have to pick up the pace if he does want to get past Lewis Hamilton here. His first sector wasn't purple this lap round, so it looks all he needs is purple sectors everywhere. And he has a slight bit of traffic ahead of him. He has Stroll and Vettel. Thank you, Tom Lord, for the donation. Yeah, you are the Lord of Thomases. Very, very cool indeed. But yeah, I do appreciate the donation. And yeah, we'll go towards a new laptop. But anyway, back to the race. 15 laps remain, and we have now 13 seconds between Hamilton and Verstappen. And it's coming right down to the wire now. 15 laps left. And looks like Verstappen can't set purple sectors anymore. He's in the dirty air of Lance Stroll, and he just cannot get past. So it's gonna be pretty tough if he. Ooh, let's see. Yeah, Stroll needs to get out of the way. It's blue flags for Lance Stroll. He needs to get out of the way. Lewis Hamilton is coming up on traffic. Yeah, Verstappen is stuck behind Stroll and not being able to gain any time whatsoever. So Stroll, get out of the way. Right, we have team radio from Carlos Sainz. He's in 4th place now. Solid drive from Carlos Sainz, in fact. Let's see what he has to say.
What you are doing is very good for science. You can stay there, slightly improving your pace as you are doing. You are doing a really good job.
Right, so Carlos Sainz is in 4th place. He's managing those tyres really, really well. But he's lapping 1 second slower than Lewis Hamilton. So Lewis Hamilton now 1 second quicker than Carlos Sainz, and his tyres are 7 laps older. And we just need to see if Hamilton can actually manage those tyres yet. They haven't given up just yet. A fastest middle sector a couple of laps ago. And it's 14 laps now, and the gap is 14 seconds. So it needs to be a second a lap now from Verstappen to actually get past Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton now coming up on traffic. He's got Leclerc, Ricciardo, Ocon, and Alonso as traffic. So, and Verstappen's got Vettel as traffic. We'll see what happens there. But the gap looks like it's slightly coming down, but it's not coming down quick enough. And yeah, let's see then. Right. Bottas still stuck behind Lando Norris, in fact. So that is not ideal for for Valtteri Bottas. He's still in 6th place where he started the race out at. So that's not good. That's not good for him. But at the front, 13.5 seconds, so half a second Max Verstappen is taken out of Lewis Hamilton. And the map has slightly frozen because there's just so many people watching the race right now. So I'll refresh that when I can. But yeah, it looks like Verstappen isn't really improving. His lap time is basically the same as Lewis Hamilton. And it doesn't look like... I don't know exactly what Max Verstappen's doing here. So he needs to pick up the pace, really. Otherwise, he's going to lose the race. I'm going to refresh the data, guys. So it will go... The screen will go black for about... Yeah, so there we go. And we'll be back in like 1, 2, 3... There we are. Right, sick. Okay, we have now how many laps? 12 laps left, and gap between Hamilton and Verstappen 13.5 seconds. So it is getting closer and closer between these two title rivals, and but it's getting harder. The chances for Verstappen to get harder and harder, for Verstappen to get past, sorry, are getting lower and lower, and it's gonna be tough for Verstappen. 12 laps remaining, 13 seconds is the gap. We'll see what happens then. Right, let's see. Yeah, Verstappen not being able to catch up whatsoever. We have team radio from Pierre Gasly. All right, let's see.
On sim again, turn 1.
I have vibration. Turn 9.
Pierre Gasly has vibrations coming out of turn 1. All right, so let's see how many lap old Pierre Gasly's tires are. So Pierre Gasly has done... let's see, he's done 12 laps on those medium tires, so that's not ideal really for Pierre Gasly getting vibrations that early into his stint. We know that he did 35 laps or so on those hard tires. Hamilton now done 33 laps on his hard tires, so after 2 laps Hamilton will go into uncharted territory and try and make the overtake, trying to make those hard tires last all the way to the end. Oh my god, my throat. Yeah, well, the driver of the day poll, 36% of people have voted for Kimi Raikkonen as driver of the day, and rightly so. Everyone should go vote Kimi Raikkonen for driver of the day. $11 laps left, 12 seconds is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen. Hamilton, by the looks of it, is caught up in traffic, but actually cannot get past. Well, he can get past, but the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen is 12 seconds now. It's closing up, but not closing up enough. Can I show the lapped cars? Yeah, I would, but the map is kind of laggy. All right, there we go. Well, yeah, the map's just... All right, so there we go. Hamilton now, he's only got Fernando Alonso left to lap, and then that should be all right till the end of this race. Verstappen still 12 seconds behind him. It does not look like Verstappen can catch up coming into here, so here we go then. The gap is not coming down fast enough for Max Verstappen. Hamilton has cleared everyone except Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso won't block him because Fernando Alonso is getting lapped. So if he does block Lewis Hamilton, then then he'll get a massive penalty for it. So I don't think Fernando Alonso is going to block Lewis Hamilton there, and it is very stressful. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you could hit 2,000 likes, that would be crazy. And Lewis Hamilton has just come over the radio and asked how many laps are remaining. There are 10 laps left, Lewis, 10 laps left. And the gap between yourself and Verstappen is 12 seconds. All right. Fernando Alonso, by the looks of it, he's probably less... Yeah, he's let by Lewis Hamilton by now. So, yeah, coming into the start-finish straight, he's let by Lewis Hamilton. But... Verstappen not being able to close up on Lewis Hamilton here, so it's looking like with 10 laps left to go, Hamilton will be taking this victory. We'll see though. There is 10 laps left of this race, and Hamilton has done 34 laps on those hard tires. We don't know if those hard tires can actually get to the end of this race. We know that Hamilton's been pushing a lot throughout this entire stint. And these hard tires, no one has driven more than 35 laps on them. So with 11 laps left of this race, 10 laps left, sorry, Hamilton is going to uncharted territory to try and overtake, to try and drive on those hard tires for an extra 10 laps. We'll see what happens. I'm going to refresh the website, but by the looks of it, it's oh, there we go, it's crashed. Lovely. What's the... Oh, there we are. Right, sick. Oh, there it is. Okay. We're just going to go to the official F1 website, Formula 1. And there we go, join live session. All right, so this is the gap between Verstappen. Well, once it loads, that's the gap at the front. 11.1 seconds as it stands now. And we have team radio from Lando Norris. Once this loads up, hopefully it loads up.
down to 6 and 9.
Yeah, this really isn't working too well. All right. Yeah, Lando Norris not having a lot of deployment here, so Lando Norris losing lots of positions, and he's just coming to the pits for medium tires. He's got a front puncture. Ooh, this is important here. Lando Norris has just got a puncture. I'll just get the thing up here. Lando Norris has a puncture because from his curbs. So Lewis Hamilton has just been told to go very, very careful. There is 8 laps left of this race. 8 laps left, and we could see Lewis Hamilton get a puncture here. This is going to be very, very critical laps now for Lewis Hamilton. 8 laps remain, and there is a chance he could get a puncture. Max Verstappen is 11 seconds behind him. He's ready to pounce if Hamilton does get a puncture, but 8 laps left of this race now. I'll try and get this to load, but it really doesn't seem to be loading because there's so many people watching the F1. But yeah, I mean, so Lewis Hamilton has, Mercedes have told the problem curb is turn number 15 and 16 on the final 2 corners of the lap. Hamilton's tyres are now 37 laps old, and he cannot, he cannot afford a puncture, otherwise the championship is gone. So, right, let's see if we can get, we're just going to get an error. I think we might just get an error. Back to this though, so Hamilton still not got a puncture. He's now 38 laps on those tyres, 7 laps remain. The gap between Hamilton and Verstappen 11 seconds. Verstappen is not getting closer whatsoever compared to Lewis Hamilton there. So right, so this should load, right? Hopefully. Anyway, oh, there we are. Yeah, the F1. Like, basically, guys, there's so many people watching the F1. We have crashed. Yeah, we've crashed F1. There's too many people watching F1, so that's why all the data's down. Right. Well, I'm just gonna have to commentate without the data, guys. You guys just have a listen. I can't. We've crashed the entirety of F1. All of it's down. So I'm just gonna be doing commentary now. So sorry about that. But Verstappen now, we can see that he's going very, very careful over these curbs. He obviously doesn't want a puncture as well, but he needs to get a move on if he wants to capitalize. 6 laps remain of this race now. Hamilton versus Verstappen. 11 seconds is the gap. And Bottas had a good recovery drive. He's now in 5th place. He started in 8th. Well, he started in 6th, but dropped down to 8th place. So good job there from Valtteri Bottas. But Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, 6 laps remain of this race, and 11 seconds is the gap. All right. Vote for Kimi Raikkonen. There's 40%. 40% votes have been voted for Kimi Raikkonen. Wow. Literally, nearly half of the F1 fans have voted for Kimi Raikkonen. That is so crazy. Traffic is slightly holding up Max, that is true. The gap at the front hasn't increased or decreased. It's because Verstappen has now hit the back of a whole bunch of traffic. So it's now Verstappen versus Hamilton, 6 laps remain, and the gap is now 11 seconds. So it looks really unlikely that Verstappen will get past on pure pace. But now it's now just down for these final 6 laps for Lewis Hamilton to not get a puncture. He needs to manage these tyres and make sure he gets to the end of this race. Otherwise, if he gets a puncture on this final lap, that will be insane, right? Absolutely crazy. All right. He's just driving through and being very, very careful on his curbs, not trying to push on the curbs whatsoever. So if we look on in terms of Lando Norris, he was trying to make the overtake on Fernando Alonso. He did so successfully, but in doing that, Fernando Alonso and Lando Norris were having their own little battle, and that was holding up Max Verstappen because Max Verstappen was trying to lap them. So Lando Norris has just got out of the way. Fernando Alonso is next up to get out of the way as well. But 5 laps left to go. Will Hamilton's tyres hold on? He's done 39 laps on these tyres. No one has ever done 39 laps on these hard tyres at this circuit. So this is uncharted territory with this new track layout. Could this have higher causes of tyre wear and potentially a puncture for Lewis Hamilton? 6 laps left of this race. Could Hamilton get a puncture coming through? He has a 12-second gap, so he can go a bit slowly. Oh, Latifi's crashed and there's a safety car. There's a safety car. There is a safety car, guys. Safety car, safety car. I'm just going to put that up on the screen. Latifi has crashed, and we have a full safety car. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, why is this not working? We need, like, a proper image. We have a full safety car. Yeah, I don't know why. I think Latifi might have got a puncture, you know, and he just hit the safety car. But we've got a safety car. Verstappen's got the fresher tyres. Lewis Hamilton's on the slower tyres. We've got a 5-lap sprint on the safety car. Oh, no, the race could finish under the safety car. That is interesting. Will the race finish under the safety car? We have 5 laps left. It's lap 53 or 58. If the race finishes under the virtual safety car, or if the race finishes under the full safety car, that could be the most anticlimactic Formula 1 finish ever. But Verstappen is pitted as Hamilton stays out. So this means that Verstappen's just come into the pits for a fresh set of soft tyres, I think. So we might get a restart. And with Verstappen on a hot... Lewis is on... Okay, so Verstappen comes in. What tyres does Verstappen put on? Okay, Verstappen puts on a fresh set of softs. Lewis Hamilton is on used hard tyres. 39-lap old hard tyres. So if there is a restart for this race, Verstappen will overtake him because he's got such a big tyre advantage. But this is it. There are 4 laps remaining of this race, and we need to find out if we will get a restart or not. Ooh, this is very, very interesting indeed. All right. Yeah, the data's completely gone. All right, I'm going to refresh it and see if that works. But we did basically crash the entirety of the F1 thing because, yeah, we crashed the entirety of F1 because there's so many people watching the race. But under full safety car conditions now. And now Hamilton is gambling here. He's not got fresh tires for the restart. I think these, you know, the guys that like take the truck and like take the trucks off put the cars onto the truck and then take them off the circuit. These guys need to drive these trucks very, very quickly indeed. It looks like there's a bit of a fire on Nicholas Latifi's car, so they've got the fire extinguisher out, but the car needs to be recovered ASAP, otherwise we're not going to get a restart to this race. And I really want a restart to this race because that would be insane. All right. So here we go. Nicholas Latifi, he had an incident with one of the Haas cars. It was Mick Schumacher, and then it looks like he touched his rear tyres, went off the circuit, and then when coming back onto the circuit, it looks like there was a bit of an incident. Right, we'll see what happened there. So Latifi now coming out the exit of the final corner. He's just binned it. He's just spun on the final corner, third to last corner. So absolutely crazy scenes here. We've got a full safety car now. They need to recover Latifi's car as quick as possible. There won't be a red flag by the looks of it. Latifi is completely spun. I'll try and get an image up for you guys of what's happened. I mean, wow. Is there an image of Latifi's crash? Is there an image? Give me an image of Latifi's crash. I need to show you guys. Right. So Red Bull, Mercedes aren't pitting. We're still under virtual safety car conditions. How many laps left? We need to see. Right, let's see. Ooh, it may not restart. Right, so this is it. So what they've got to do now, they've got to get the whole field to bunch up. They've got to send the lap cars through, and then they'll get a restart. So that's what they've said. This is the crash of Nicholas Latifi. He's just crashed into the barrier. And this is Max Verstappen pitting for fresh soft tyres there. So 3 laps left of this race. They need to send the whole pack needs to bunch up. Then after the cars have bunched up, they need to send the lap cars through, and then we could get a restart. We could just get a restart for one final lap. I mean, if we get a restart for one final lap, that would be absolutely crazy, right? But this is it. We've got to wait and see for the championship now. Wow, 3 laps remain of this race. Absolutely crazy. The map is broken. We've crashed the FIA. Well, yeah, we've crashed the FIA system. But this is the image of Latifi's crash. Right. Max Verstappen is on soft. They've recovered Latifi's car. All right, they've recovered Latifi's car. So looks like Lewis Hamilton's tires are getting colder and colder, and that's not going to help him because he needs as much tire temperature as possible if he wants to stay ahead of Max Verstappen. Oh, the data's back. The data is back. All right, sick. Let's go. Right, there we are. The data is back. Let's get all of the lap cars in. All right, so this is it. They need to send all of these lap cars through, and then we will have Verstappen in second place, who's 7.5 seconds behind him. We need all of these cars to close up and send the lap cars through into the lead of this race, and then we will have a restart. Well, we could have a restart. We need to find out. The site is back up, but here we go then. Max will be your 2021 World Champion. Well, we're still waiting to see. Thank you for the donation, though. Still I rise. And here we go then. Perez is back into the pits. They're looking like they're retiring Sergio Perez's car. So Perez did a great job defending, but it looks like Perez is retired. So that's unfortunate for Sergio Perez. They need to send these lap cars through ASAP, though. 3 laps remaining of this race. Looks like everyone's going to bunch up very, very soon. They'll send the lap cars through, and then we will get a restart, and I just cannot wait for this. Lap cars are not allowed. Oh, lap cars are not allowed to overtake. Oh no. So this means the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen will be 5.8 seconds because the lap cars are not allowed to overtake. So we will get a restart, but the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen will be 5.8 seconds. So all of these lap cars need to get out the way because they will be blue flagged. So I'm not sure exactly what they're doing here. Right, lap cars will not be allowed to overtake. I don't know what that means exactly, but... Right, so so what that means is on the safety car restart, we're going to have Hamilton first, then 5 cars in between Hamilton and Verstappen, and then Verstappen needs to get past and ahead of him. So Verstappen will have maybe 2 laps to get past Lewis Hamilton, or maybe 1 lap. We'll have to wait and see, but this is getting pretty intense now. We are doing 1 more lap under the virtual safety car by the looks of it, and then we will be going racing. So I think it'll be 2 laps we'll have under the restart. I would tell you if I knew, but the FIA aren't telling us anything, which is really annoying. So there we go. There's going to be Norris, Alonso, Ocon, Leclerc, and Vettel all in between Verstappen and Hamilton. So right, so we should get at least 1 lap of racing, probably 2. Could Max do it? Well, I think these guys should be blue flagged. So if these guys can be blue flagged, then they should all just get out the way immediately. But I'm not sure of the exact procedure of like getting out the way or not. So this is really ridiculous. I mean, not ridiculous. I just have no idea what's going on really. So this is it. The cars are behind the safety car on the penultimate lap there. I think we're going to get 1 lap of racing. This is going to be 1 final lap of racing, guys. So, yeah, it's either 1 final lap of racing to decide the title. So we could get safety car coming in. We need to find out, though. Right, okay, let's see. Ooh, let's see. Okay, so this is it. They only need 1 racing lap. All the cars, Nicholas Latifi's car has been cleared. And then let's see then, Verstappen is 7.9 seconds away because there is lap cars in between. If you look at the map, we have Hamilton, then Norris, then Alonso, then Ocon, then Vettel and Leclerc, all between Hamilton and Verstappen. So all of these cars need to get out of the way. The most overtakes, if you guys are interested, most overtakes in the entire season, Sebastian Vettel with 132, Fernando Alonso with 128, and Kimi Raikkonen with 127. Okay. The 5 cars in between Verstappen and Hamilton have been ordered to overtake the safety car on this lap. Also, this is it. So it will be Hamilton versus Verstappen on the final lap. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is going to be so crazy. Hamilton versus Verstappen, final lap of the race, 1v1, 1 lap, 1 winner, and this is it. Verstappen will be on the softs, Hamilton will be on the used hards. Toto Wolff is not looking happy whatsoever. He looks so triggered. Safety car is in this lap, so Hamilton first. Right, we're going racing. So this is it, green flag racing, and this is the championship deciding lap, right? So Hamilton versus Verstappen on the safety car restart. Here we go. Hamilton leads off Verstappen. 4/10 is the gap going down the straight. Verstappen has got the slipstream going into turn number 1. Verstappen does not make a silly maneuver, and then turn number 1 and 2, he tucks into the slipstream, and then he has an opportunity at turn 5, turn 6, and turn 9 to make the overtake. So here it is, 4/10 is the gap between the 2 drivers, and then Hamilton is still in first place. Verstappen is gaining though. He's got the slipstream. He's only 2/10 behind, coming out of turn number 5 now. 1/10 behind. It's Hamilton versus Verstappen. Verstappen, no DRS just yet. Verstappen's made the overtake. He's got past Lewis Hamilton going down the straight. 4/10 is the gap between Verstappen and Hamilton. Carlos Sainz is a lot far back, not getting involved. So it's Hamilton versus Verstappen. Verstappen's getting re-slipstreamed by Hamilton. Verstappen has the lead through the first chicane. Now it's into turn number 9, the final lap of the race. It's Hamilton versus Verstappen, and this is it now. 3/10 is the gap between Hamilton and Verstappen, and they're going down the straight. Here we go, side by side now, Hamilton and Verstappen. Verstappen has a top speed advantage, we know this. Hamilton will have the slipstream, of course, going down into turn number 9. They're side by side. This is it, Hamilton versus Verstappen, going into turn number 9. Who comes out ahead? Verstappen still has the lead. They're side by side, and then who gets the lead? Verstappen still has the lead. What a move from Verstappen. Solid job there from Verstappen on the inside line. And then this is it, over 5,000 laps or 5,000 kilometers of racing from start to finish, over 3 continents and 220 countries. And Max Verstappen now coming through the second to last corner. He comes out the final corner now. He sees the checkered flag. He crosses the line to become the champion of the world. He's done it! Oh my god, he's done it. Max Verstappen has done it. Max Verstappen, the first ever Dutch Grand Prix winner, and then the 34th Formula 1 champion winner. He's done it. He's champion of the world. Max Verstappen, what a drive. What a race. On the final lap, a final lap overtake. That is so crazy. Oh my god. Max Verstappen has done it. He is champion of the world. We've got to play Super Max. All right, here we go. Super Max. Max Verstappen has done it. What a drive. What a drive. Oh my god. There's going to be so much controversy at the end of this race, but Max Verstappen took the lead, and there is nothing that the FIA can do about it. He's won the championship. The Red Bulls, they're all celebrating. Max Verstappen has done it. What a drive. Wow. Also, guys, there is links to F1 merch in the description. There's so much stuff on discount because the F1 season is over. All the 2021 merch is on discount, so be sure to go check that out. C. Paul, thank you for the donation. Very much do appreciate it. What a race, guys. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. And there's Kimi Raikkonen merch in the giveaway. So if you follow me on Instagram and Twitter, it's F1_gamer_5. Go ahead and check that out. And there's Alfa Romeo merch for Kimi Raikkonen's final F1 race. And that's at codeZeroRacing.com. What a race, though. Mercedes feel hard done by, and Max Verstappen, he's got the world record for the amount of podiums in an F1 season on the radio. He's also got the fastest lap of the race as well as Max Verstappen. What a race. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Oh my God. Wow. The scenes there at Red Bull are absolutely insane. If you have not subscribed, guys, be sure to subscribe. I mean, what a race that was. If we could hit 22k subs, that would be crazy. So only 500 more subs left needed to get 22k. Kimi Raikkonen has got drive of the day, but Max Verstappen has took the win and he is champion of the world. Oh my God, he's done it. Absolutely sensational. Oh my God. What? Christian Horner's gone and gone to shake hands with everyone at Mercedes. How absolutely amazing that was. Wow. What a race. Max Verstappen has won the championship. Right, I need to get some images up. Also, guys, I just want to let you know, there's 8,000 of you watching. This season has been absolutely epic from start to finish, right? And there's a link in the description. The first video in the description, that's a summary from this first race all the way till Abu Dhabi, right? So go ahead and check that out, because this is the craziest race in the entire season, but there's been so much crazy stuff going on, so you don't want to miss that. So it's start to finish, entire summary of the 2021 season. That is in the description, so go ahead and check that out. First link in the description. So yeah, I mean, I put so much time into making that video. It's half an hour long video, so please go ahead and check that out. That'll be lovely. But if you want to buy the 2021 merch, that's in the description. It's just, if you open the description or press show more, it will be there. So go ahead and check that out as well. Also, guys, if you do have feedback for my commentary, then there is a survey in the description as well. So go ahead and check that out. Let's see what Lewis Hamilton has to say. Yep, they're just absolutely speechless. In the Constructors, Mercedes take the Constructors' Championship, but Max Verstappen has got the Drivers' Championship, and he went out to win this race. Wow. And it's all thanks to Nicholas Latifi. I think Max Verstappen has to go and thank Nicholas Latifi personally. Yeah, they've just come over the radio and said, Max Verstappen, you are world champion. Absolutely amazing job there. Wow. Oh my God. The scenes down here in Abu Dhabi today. What a season this has been. And next year we've just got even more to come. So absolutely insane. Like, how crazy is this? I'm searching F1 Twitter and all I can see is Max Verstappen champion of the world. Nothing else. Nothing whatsoever. It's GOAT. It's Nicholas Latifi is the GOAT. Yeah. Can we... Lewis Hamilton is... yeah. Pete Bonington has just come over the radio and said, speechless, Lewis. Just speechless. So this is it. That is the F1 championship that has been decided. Lewis Hamilton is not 8-time champion of the world. It's Max Verstappen, who has won his first ever Formula One World Championship, and I expect many more to come from the young Dutch driver. Yeah, absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational. Yeah. So also, guys, yeah, that video, though, in the description, that's the entire F1 season in that video. So I would really recommend checking that out, because this race has been crazy, but there's been so much crazy stuff going on lately that you're not going to remember all of it. So seriously, go ahead and check that out. But what a race that has been. I just need to, right. Oh, my God. Oh. He's done it. He has done it. Max Verstappen Right, well, that's going right there. And then we can just put that there. And there we go. That's all we need. Oops. That has been that. That has been our season. What a season it has been. Wow. Like crazy. He's just gone and won it. Mercedes are the world champions, of course, for the constructors title. Sebastian Vettel just hugging Lewis Hamilton saying, well, just very, very close indeed, but unfortunately didn't get it. And Max Verstappen has done it now. He has done it. Absolutely crazy. What a crazy season this has been, guys. What a crazy season this has been. Yeah, I think you guys should go follow me on F1_gamer_5. That's my Twitter. Oh, and Carlos Sainz got podium. Carlos Sainz got a podium. Yeah, Carlos Sainz got a podium, and no one even realised. But there we go. That's been our championship today. Carlos Sainz got the podium. Lewis Hamilton in first place. Max Verstappen in second. I mean, what a crazy race that has been. Also, guys, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you could hit 2.5k likes, that would be absolutely insane. But wow. I mean, we were thinking, oh, the race is over. Max Verstappen isn't going to win. Then Nicholas Latifi, he crashed. And then Nicholas Latifi crashed. We had the safety car. Max Verstappen came in for the softs. Lewis Hamilton was on the mediums. And Verstappen went on to win the race. Wow. Just crazy. Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen hugging now and congratulating each other. Well, Verstappen getting congratulated. And he is champion of the world. Yeah. Right, I'm just going to put on a bit of Super Max because Max, Super Max, and I will be back in like 30 seconds. Oh, I've closed my music app. Whoops. There we go. Right, there we go. What a season it has been. All right, guys. So, I mean, we started the season off with with 2021. What a season it has been from start to finish. I can't even believe all of the support from you guys has been and yeah, thank you so much for all of the support. It's just been absolutely crazy. No voice. I've lost my mic. You can't hear me. Can you hear me now? I'm quiet. My mic fell out this like holder. All right, there we go. All right, so there we go. Can you hear me now? All right, hopefully. But yeah, we started the season off with 1,000 subscribers, and now we're on 21.5K. I mean, what a season it has been, guys. All of this action that's been going on, absolutely crazy. All of you guys tuning into every single stream. You've been like the best guys to commentate to, the best fans, and just thank you so much for the entire season. I have quite a lot of content coming up for the off season, so definitely be sure to watch that. I've got some like learn the ABCs of Formula One, a bunch of memes and stuff, but nevertheless, thank you so much for all of this. And I mean, getting sponsored by Alfa Romeo. If you told me when I started my YouTube channel like 1.5 years ago that I would be sponsored by Alfa Romeo, I would not believe you. The name of my dramatic music is Warriors Rising by Ian Grimm. I think it's something like that. Yeah. So that's the dramatic music if you wanted to know. Hopefully I get a seat at Sky. Well, I think that's a long way away, but nevertheless, this season has been so high octane, guys. There's 3,000 of you watching. If you haven't watched that video, it's in the description. First link in the description. I really suggest you guys watch it because it's there's been so much going on from start to finish on this entire season. You want to like make sure you get all of it, right? So can I do a bit of Avli? I can't do Avli, but if you guys do want to come on Twitter, then I can do a Twitter space if you guys want to do that. Let me know in the chat if you do want to do a Twitter space. But yeah. Thank you, Dan. Gracias. Yeah. Right. Well, do you guys want to do a Twitter space? Because if you do, then I'll do one then, yeah. Twitter space is just like an Avli thing. You can just join and talk to me and talk about the race. Or if you guys want to come on Discord, then we can have a chat on Discord. So if you want to do that, let me know. But here we go then. We have a quote from Max Verstappen. It's insane. The guys at my team at Honda, I love them so much. Finally, a bit of luck for me. And I have to say a big thank you to Checo. He drove his heart out today. Carlos Sainz has said, we were in the right place at the right time. I really enjoyed it. It was a very strong today. From qualifying yesterday, the car felt really good. There are two great drivers putting on a great show. And Lewis has said, firstly, a big congratulations to Max and his team. I think we did a great job this year. We worked so hard. We gave it everything. We never gave up, and that's the most important thing. So that's what happened there. So I'm gonna start a Twitter space. So if you guys do want to join that, then go ahead and you can go ahead and do that then. But I mean, wow, absolutely insane. How do we join it? Just like if you go on the Twitter app, then it'll pop up at the top. So yeah, that should be that for the Twitter space. Right, well, all of you guys that are saying Max is a cheater, Max did not cheat. He won that race completely fairly. So there we go. But what a drive. I mean, so crazy. Right, let's host a Twitter space then. Twitter. Right, well, you guys can join the space, but I mean, that race was probably the most crazy thing that we've ever done. What actually happened? So, Verstappen... Oh yeah, so go ahead and join the Twitter space. It's just in Twitter, right? So at the start of the race, we had saw that Verstappen, well, he lost the start of the lead. He lost the lead at the start of this race. And then, yeah, he lost the lead at the start of this race. But then after that, he got that back. He lost the lead. Then Sergio Perez defended for all he could. Like, what a defense from Sergio Perez. Max Verstappen gained 8 seconds in like 2 laps because of Sergio Perez's defense. So amazing job there from Sergio Perez. And then we obviously had Lewis Hamilton get so close. We had Max Verstappen so close to overtaking Lewis Hamilton, but then he couldn't pull off the move. So then Hamilton pulled away again. We had the virtual safety car. Verstappen went on to the hard tyres, got a lot closer. But then after that, it was pretty insane. From there, so yeah. Ooh, all right. Well, guys, if you haven't gone and checked out that video, in the description, I suggest you do, because it's a pretty epic video. Not gonna lie, and I think I might just leave the stream on for a bit because what a race it has been. So we have now Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton stood in the 3rd and 2nd place. And then we have our 2021 Formula One world champion, Max Verstappen, with the Dutch flag, and getting that victory. I mean, what a win for Max Verstappen. So there we go. Is there anything else really that we need to say? Yeah, what a season. And this is going to happen next year, because next year we're going to have even closer racing. So I'm expecting this next year as well. Wow. Also, guys, the race in Abu Dhabi, in Bahrain next year is only 97 days away. It's not even three digits. It's 97 days away. Absolutely insane. But yeah, what a race. Thank you for giving us a chance to enjoy this race. It wasn't easy when the site crashed. Thank you so much for the commentary. Well, do appreciate it, Game of Fab King. Also, I don't know if you were here last time when I said it, but the mods are getting their own separate giveaway. So you have a lot of higher chance of winning the giveaway for the Kimi Raikkonen cap. So I will, I'll let you guys know who wins. 2021 live stream commentator of the year. Well, there is who is it? Racing Statistics, who's got more views than me. He's got more subs as well, but we'll see. We'll get some more. Well, you guys got to subscribe, but nevertheless, absolutely amazing racing from start to finish. All the way from Bahrain, we had battles from Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. And now all the way to the final lap of the race, we had battles between Max Verstappen. Final lap of the season, we had battles between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. Like, wow. Do I gain the most subs, right? Well, I think I gained the most subs. He started the season off in 40k, and now he's on 50. I started the season off with 1k, and now I'm on 21. So, yeah. Thanks so much, F1 Gamer. Thanks for the commentary this year. Yeah, I will be doing commentary next year as well. So that is absolutely lovely. But there we go. Great content, yeah. Well, do appreciate it. I mean, you guys are the reason. Like, it's such nice commentating. So nice commentating to you guys. The chat is absolutely amazing. So there we go. Wow. Thanks for everything this season. You did a great job. Yeah. Well, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna leave the stream on for a bit because I think there's still quite a high amount of people coming on to watch this. Perez deserved the podium, yeah, but I think they had to retire the car for Sergio Perez. So that was unfortunate for him. But yeah. I wasn't here for a lot of races, but I love the streams, yeah. He's the first Dutch driver to win the World Championship, is Max Verstappen. Absolutely amazing. All right. Yeah, if you guys I mean, if you want to talk about the race in the Discord, go ahead and do that. I think I might I mean, what a race it has been. They've just sprayed champagne over everyone. Christian Horner and Lewis Hamilton have just shook hands. Now they're just drinking the champagne and celebrating. I mean, wow. It's been 11 years since the last time 11 years since the first time Red Bull won their first drivers championship, and 11 years later it's once again another young driver going on to take their first ever championship. Ooh. What a race. Hooplehead USA, thank you for the $5 donation. Do appreciate it so much. I mean, yeah, this stream, absolutely crazy. I think I've missed a few people actually donating because there were so many people that donated. So if I have missed your donation, I do apologize. And yeah. How many overtakes were there beside the start and the safety car restart? Oh, probably about 0. No, I think there were about 4 or 5 or something, but there really weren't that many overtakes considering it was like that, so... Yeah, get a desktop, yeah. Yeah, getting a desktop will be better, of course, but we'll have to wait and see. You're a subscriber from 3,000 subs. Well, in fact, guys, since there's 2,000 you stuck around here, let me know which was the first race you actually watched with my channel. It'd be great to see how long you guys have been subscribed for, because I know loads of people tune in every single weekend, so yeah. Verstappen, another quote, it's just insane. My goal when I was little was to become a Formula 1 driver. You hope for wins and podiums, to hear the Dutch national anthem, and now to be here as world champion with my dad here, my family and my friends, the one who pushed me to be better, they're all here. Chatsworth 1997, thank you for the donation of $5 as well. Great race, great season, great champion. Yeah, that is exactly how you sum up that. Latifi is probably being, I don't know what Latifi's doing, but he's DNF'd, and the Lewis fans, well, I mean, it helped Max Verstappen out a lot, didn't it? So there we go. Didn't you guest another channel on first? What, didn't you guest on another channel first? I didn't actually, no. I just started my own channel, so I don't know. But starting watching from Zandvoort, missed the last week due to uni. Well, that is fair enough. Zandvoort was a very epic race. Max Verstappen obviously getting his first ever Formula 1 victory. Yeah. All right. It's 3 o'clock in England, and, well, Dutch fans will be going crazy for that race. Get it, guys. Commentate start to finish. All of your donations and everything, it's just been absolutely wonderful. So much, like, it's so amazing, right? So Max Verstappen, to see all this orange here all over the world, the way they have supported me is incredible. I can hope that they can do this. I can hope I can do this for them for a very long time. Yeah, I think I'm talking just a bit quietly because I'm pretty tired because I've been commentating since 4 hours, so my voice is kind of done. So is this. Guys was spamming. My guy just stopped spamming. Right. But what a title battle that has been. From start to finish, absolutely insane. Yeah, guys, there's still 1,500 of you watching. I mean, I just recommend you guys go watch that video. from the first race of the season until the last race, because that video is well epic. So I would suggest that you guys watch. But what I'm gonna do now is probably, let's see, should I just play Super Max and just leave my live stream on? I'm afraid the channel will die off next season. Well, we'll see about that, won't we? At 97, 98. Lewis is an amazing driver and an amazing competitor. We've had tough times. It's part of the sport. Everyone wants to win. Next year we'll come back and try and do it all over again. True. We lost all access to F1 broadcasting. I've watched the video. Thanks for your efforts. Sonoda's best finish of the entire season. Where did Sonoda even finish? I have no idea. Whoops. Yeah, I like Carlos Sainz got a podium and no one even like noticed. Sonoda finished fourth. Wow, both AlphaTauris, fourth and fifth, solid from those guys. Also, as you know, because the F1 2021 season is over, there is loads of merch in the description, and loads of it's on sale because they don't want the 2021 merch anymore. So yeah, those. So go ahead and check that out. It's in the description, and there's also a link to a survey. If you have any feedback for the channel, then that's in there, and also feedback for me making my own merch as well. That would be very cool as well. But what a race and what a season it has been. I mean, wow. Did anyone expect this on the final lap of the race? Final lap. Final. So, oh my god, wow. This is it. Yeah, I've been streaming for what now? 5 hours and yeah, right. I think I'll leave my stream on for another 25 minutes or so, and then I'll end it. So guys, well actually no, I might as well just end it now. But go ahead and check that video out because epic video, and it's recommended by me. It's obviously recommended by me because I made it. But I just like to point out, guys, this championship was decided by Nicholas Latifi. Nicholas Latifi decided the 2021 Formula One World Championship. Would just like to point that out. So there we go. And also, guys, I will announce the winners for the giveaway in some time next week. So yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, see, Velocity, the moderator, Rickus Henning has recommended. But anyway, that's been an absolutely amazing race, and I will see you guys in upcoming videos in the off season. I've stuff in the off season coming up. So be sure to check that out when I do release the videos. And yeah, hello, do you? Ishan says hi. Well, I don't know who Ishan is, and I don't know who DU is, but I know that Max Verstappen is the champion of the world. So what a season and what a race it has been. Right then, well, that's the end of today's stream, and the end of the 2021 season as well. So, yeah. So, yeah. Right. Well, Max Verstappen, champion of the world, and I will see you fellas next year. Yeah, been a pleasure commentating to you guys. And I think if we could hit 22k subs, how many subs are we off? We are how many subs off? Oh, 400 subs off. Well, if you could hit that, then that'd be crazy. But other than that, amazing season, amazing race. Oh look, there's DU and then there's Ishan as well. I'm not bestie. Oh lol. But anyway, I don't even know how to end this. Yeah, because what has just happened in today's race? Yeah, the last question on the survey is so yeah, lol. Lewis is still the GOAT. Lewis has got a 7th. 8th is supposed to be hard to get. Checo. See you next year. Yeah. Well, I think this is. I'm just going to have to end the stream somehow because I can't just carry on going completely. But I will see you guys in the off season. There's content coming up, and then of course in 2022 when the new Formula One cars are coming out, which will be an amazing sight to see. And yeah, I mean, thank you for all of the support throughout all of the streams, all the way from Bahrain till to this race now. Like 1,200 people here. 1,200 people here is the same amount of people I had in Bahrain. That was like the peak in Bahrain, and this is like 20 minutes after the race is finished, so it's pretty crazy. Yeah, if you go click the Discord link in the description, I might come on, or some other people might come on, but yeah. All right then. Amazing stream, amazing season, amazing race, and amazing world champion. I will see you fellas next year. Yeah, cheers fellas.